Hello and good morning. Welcome to the Paso Robles City Council special meeting for visioning and goal setting. Our workshop today is held virtually, of course, and I will read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and is allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. City council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. The community visioning portion of the workshop will begin at 9 a.m. and about noon. Residents who wish to participate in the workshop should register to attend the meeting by sending their name and email address to cityclerk@prcity.com or by calling 805-237-3888. Once registered, you'll receive an email just prior to the start of the meeting with the Zoom meeting link information. The meeting will be live streamed and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. The council's goal setting workshop will begin at 1 p.m. and about 3 p.m. This portion of the meeting will also be live streamed and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the same link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. The public will have opportunity to provide public comment on the goal setting workshop during the afternoon session by calling 805-865-7276. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the Friday, February the 19th. That's already passed, obviously, and will be published as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the meeting date. It is past 9 a.m. now. Time to call our meeting to order, which I will do, and ask for a roll call of council members, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I am here. Thank you very much. Our City Council Visioning and Goal Setting Workshop is the one and only topic for today's meeting, and we're going to do an intro with our city manager.
Thank you, Your Honor, and it's a pleasure to be able to host this. As you remember, the last time we did the goal setting workshop was 3 years ago, and we had Nancy Hetrick then run the session, which was extremely successful. We also had Leslie Salmon as the visual recorder. So we'd like to pretty much pick up right where we left off 3 years ago. And I'd like to introduce Nancy Hetrick with Management Partners. She is a very experienced facilitator and runs goal setting sessions for numerous cities and other organizations. Nancy, please take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Tom. Mayor, members of council, it's a delight to be back. So this is a little bit different than we did in 2018. The world has changed ever so slightly over the course of the last year. But we're very excited to work in this engagement format in the morning with the community members. And then, of course, in the afternoon, as was mentioned, we'll have time for council to reflect on the morning and really to discuss and establish goals for the next coming year. And so I am going to, first of all, acknowledge that for many, the use of technology might be something that's a little bit more challenging. And so we're going to do our best to make sure everybody is comfortable and supported throughout. I will note that if you are on a computer, a larger screen, there may be multiple devices, that you have an option to do a view of just the speaker or a gallery view if you click on the kind of view feature at the top right-hand corner of your screen. And so that's your choice. As you're going through that, we'll do a little bit more technology overview as we get ourselves started. I'm going to go ahead and begin. I'm going to share my screen. And so this will block some of the participants. You can grab the right side of the PowerPoint and slide it to your left if you'd like to see everyone a little bit more easily. And so that should be sharing now. Hopefully you're able to see that. So this gets us started. I want to begin, first of all, by welcoming everybody to participating in this virtual community visioning workshop. Thank you so much for taking time this morning to be with us. I would like to introduce two of my colleagues that you have seen one before, Leslie Salmon Zhu. She is in the screen coming in right now. She will wave to you. There we go. That's Leslie. You may recall if you joined us 3 years ago, She does masterful work in visually recording public meetings and conversation. It's a little bit different naturally today, but we have the benefit of her engagement. So later this morning, when we're doing some dialogue and community discussion, she'll be recording those visually for us. And so we can zoom in and take a peek at that. She'll also be with us this afternoon as the council members engage and discuss their goals. And so this will be part of the record and you'll have that as a resource afterwards. I'd also like to introduce Ashley Garcia. Ashley, you want to wave yourself there? There we go. Ashley is a part of my team here, and she's been a huge support. She actually lives more locally down on the Central Coast. So lucky. I'm up in San Jose. I wish I was in Paso myself today. So Ashley's going to be helping us with some of the polling and the engagement activities that we have planned this morning and help to kind of support the process. Lastly, I would like to point out that for those of you that are newer to technology or are experiencing issues, we have the chat feature in Zoom, which I'll show you in a moment, that I would encourage you to write a chat. We have a couple folks from the city, Dave McCrew and the city clerk, Melissa Martin, who will be able to address and respond and hopefully support you through that. So we're gonna all cross our fingers, hope for the best with technology, and that's gonna get us started. So let me just, here we go, get us going. So what are we trying to accomplish today? So we have, in essence, two parts of the day. So this morning's objectives are really to share and to engage together with the public. So we'll be doing a combination of presenting information for thought and consideration, and we'll be doing some polling as well as some small group breakout opportunities toward the end of the morning. So really sharing perspectives. You're encouraged to share your thoughts and ideas, and that's what we'll be doing this morning. And of course, in this afternoon is to bring it all together and establish goals for the next year or so. Okay. Oh, going too fast. All right, so our agenda reflects that. And so what I want to do now is kind of acknowledge some of the technology, we'll call it tools, some of the opportunities that are available to us, and hopefully they will all work in our favor today. I recognize that you may be on various different platforms. Maybe some of you are on phones, some might be on computers, some may be on iPads. And so your experience will be slightly different depending on the platform. Hopefully it will work just fine. I mentioned about the viewing different participants. Hopefully you figure out a strategy that works best for you. And now that we're sharing a screen, remember, if you're on a laptop or maybe even an iPad, you should be able to grab the right-hand side of the PowerPoint and slide it over, again, to be able to see more people if you're interested to do that. Whoa, what is happening there? So let's see. So hopefully we'll have no issues with connectivity as well. So the workshop ground rules, this is trying to pretend like we're doing a traditional workshop in person, but we're not. We're doing this virtually, but the rules apply just the same. So I would ask you to keep an open mind, listen to what other folks from the community, their perspectives, be respectful naturally, share your ideas. We have lots of digging people continuing to join us. Focus on the big picture. We're going to be taking a look back at the last 3 years, but the world, as we all know, has changed a little bit in the last 12 months. And so we want to reflect on what does that mean and what are the opportunities then looking forward. So keeping that big picture in mind for the city of Paso Robles. And lastly, when you're not engaging and sharing, I would just ask that you keep yourselves on mute. I see everybody is doing that, which is very helpful. That avoids feedback and other kind of talking over concerns that can happen. So here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to pull up a quick poll to get a sense of everyone's comfort with technology. So you should see that on your screen now. Looks like everybody's leaning in to see that. So on a scale of 1 to 5, just your level of comfort using video technology. Looks like we're waiting for a few more folks. We have close to 50 people here today. That's so exciting. All right. Give just another moment if anybody's still trying to figure it out. We'll try to keep the pacing reasonable so that everybody can have an opportunity to figure these things out. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right, here we go. So here are the results. So we have, someone who's feeling a little bit newer to using the technology. The majority are in the comfortable regular user situation. Some are pros. So when we go south and have issues, we're going to call on the pros to help us out. No first-time users. And so that's helpful to know. Thank you for doing that, because we're going to be using some new technology. Oops, did I not show the results? There we go, showing the results. So yeah, I got to check all my things. There's how we're looking today. And I appreciate that doing that. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing that. How's that? All right. So engaging through online polling. So that was through Zoom, that poll was. But we are going to be using another polling application that allows us to do live sharing, not just a poll with kind of forced ranking or choices, multiple choice as we've just done, but other engagement activities as well for sharing comments and thoughts and ideas. And so we're going to test this. And again, we're trying to make sure everybody is comfortable as we begin. So I'm going to close my screen. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to ask Ashley to help us. So if I stop my screen in the chat feature down at the bottom of your page of your screen, you see chat. Everybody see that, I hope. Ashley just sent out a link. Comes from Ashley Garcia to everybody. Okay, I'm seeing some nodding heads. That's good. You see that. So if you click on that link now, you should get a survey question. You can also type this in on your browser, www.menti.com, if that is easier. So here we go. People are starting to respond. This is just our little test sequence to make sure that everybody is able to access it. Okay. Go ahead, and if you haven't yet, click on submit after you've made your choice. If you're having issues accessing it, please type into the chat feature your concerns.
Miss Nancy, are we supposed to do it as well?
Yes, absolutely, that's fine. For these polling things, that's fine. Thank you for asking.
So I don't see where I have that. I'm going to, so I go to, I see where it says chat. Do I just click on that?
Yes, click on chat, and then you'll see the link from Ashley Garcia in the chat feature.
Yeah. Yes, I see it. And then what do we do after that?
Then you'll get a link. You're going to have a survey that pops up, and you just answer the question.
Okay, got it.
Great. Joan Ryder has a comment, not like online. Okay, so we have some people also responding through the chat feature. That's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're able to access this online polling. It's called Mentimeter. It's a great tool. So let's go ahead. So we have 28 folks who are super excited, and I love the enthusiasm. I am also excited, a little bit nervous, but hopeful as we go through this, and some that are a little bit more on the fence. So Ashley, why don't we move on? We'd like to now do a real poll. So that may have felt like a real poll, but it was just to kind of get a sense of everyone's ability to access that. And so Ashley, using the same link, you should come up now on in your browser or on your phone, the next question. So Ashley, let's move on to the next question. There we go. Hopefully everybody is seeing that. If you are in your browser, you can also at the top of the slide, you can see where it says menti.com, and then it'll ask you for that code, and you just type that in, and that pulls up your question. So here we go. So using one word to describe what you love about Paso, we're creating a word cloud live. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool.
So I have a question. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
So I typed in what I want, and how do I submit it?
There should be a button that just says submit at the bottom. If you scroll your
It's not there. I can see all the responses that I typed in my word, and it says to everyone.
Oh, are you doing it on the chat? Or are you doing it on the Mentimeter questionnaire?
On the chat.
Okay, so that's why. So we want to try to do that. You're not going to see it on screen unless you do it on the app.
Okay. So how do I get to the?
You type in www.menti.com. You'll get.
Right. Okay. So should I leave that chat screen?
Yes.
Alternatively, you can scroll to the top and the very first chat has a link that you can probably click on.
Exactly. That takes you right there. That's right.
Well, I'm not quite getting it. Sorry.
This is part of us testing our new world that we live in. So looks like we're getting some folks to be able to provide their thoughts, which is nice. And I appreciate those that are adding to the comment list as well. In the comments, I've got some of the words: people, small community. Thank you for resharing the Menti link, Desiree. We'll give this a minute longer. I know that it's new. Okay.
I still don't see the submit button on my screen.
Okay. So
I see the blue screen with all the words that's come up on it, but I don't see a submit or a place for me to write in my own word.
Okay, so you clicked on the link that's www.menti.com.
At the top?
Yes.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Huh. I don't know if you can see me. I'm trying to move here so you can. There's a screen here. This is what it looks like.
Don't have that. Okay, carry on. I'll just listen.
Okay, Jane, tell us what your word is. What 3 words do you have?
Spirit.
Ooh, that's a good one. Spirit. Do you have 2 other words? You get a choice of 3.
Warmth.
I'm going to type them in right now in my app so they pop up. Spirit. What's the next one?
Warmth.
What was that? Warmth?
Uh-huh.
Oh, great. Okay. And
I guess camaraderie, if that's not already expressed by community, I guess.
there we goes. I just submitted it on your behalf. Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. All right.
I'm having difficult. Can I give you my verbal comments? Sorry.
You can. I can't type them in because I can only do one version. I was using my link. Go ahead, Councilmember Gregory, and then I'm going to go ahead and move us along. Let's hear your words.
For lifestyle, community, and people.
And people. Nice. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we can see the words that are live here. And thank you for playing along. I know that these are our new features we're using. We're not going to only be using Mentimeter today. So if this is something that was a challenge for you, then not to worry. But what I can see here is, the words community obviously stands out. Community and friendly. The size of the word signals the number of times the word was entered. Also, we have people, hometown, home, camaraderie, family, small town. So these are the words we're seeing today. And so thank you, Ashley, for sharing that. I'm going to go ahead and reshare my screen. And I will share with you the results of the community survey so you can see what that looked like. So you may have already participated in. I'm hopeful that you did. We did a community survey. We'll share the results later this morning and had close to 1,000 respondents. We asked the same question. What is one thing that you love most about living in Paso? And these are the results that came out. So you can see there are some similarities naturally. So sense of community, small town feel, the weather, downtown amenities, the people, safe community, rural environment. These are some of the words or phrases that stood out in that particular time. So yeah, some similarities, I think, in terms of the focus on community, people, small town feel. So that's that. So great. Thank you all for playing along and testing our technology. We're going to now, Toopsie, here you go. Take a quick look back. And so, as we mentioned, last we were all together, and I'm assuming that a majority of you were able to participate in 2018. We did a similar in-person workshop followed by council goals. It's helpful, I think, to take a look back and remember the conversation. And so we're going to look at the accomplishments that have occurred since then. So in 2018, these were the strategic priorities that were established by council, the kind of the broad focus areas. So housing, economic vitality, infrastructure, community character and quality of life, community partnership and engagement, and then governance, city operations. And so there were a number of areas within this that were pursued over the last 3 years. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the city manager, Tom, to take us through some of those accomplishments in each of those areas, starting off with housing. So Tom, you want to take it from there? And I'll
be glad to. Thank you, Nancy. And obviously we'll just be hitting some of the highlights in each of those 6 areas. So housing was a great 3 years. The council, I'm sorry, is there someone who has a question?
No, go ahead.
So as the council knows, the council approved 2 major specific plans, the Olson Chandler specific plan and the Beechwood specific plan. And between the 2 of them, they'll bring over 2,000 badly needed new homes in all price ranges to our community and give local residents first priority. The council also knows that over the past 5 years or so, the community achieved state mandated regional housing needs assessment goals. And those are targets for each community set by the state that provide housing in a variety of income ranges and price ranges. And we were the only community in this county that achieved our goals in all categories, as well as this past year, we successfully adopted a new state-approved housing element and new RENA numbers. So 2 great elements of progress in that area. After lots of work and lots of community input over a long period of time, the council adopted a short-term rental ordinance. And that ordinance provides a framework for managing this new residential use and preserving our neighborhoods. And during these past 11 months of the pandemic, travel's been obviously restricted, but our short-term rentals have remained strong throughout that period. And that's been great for the community and given us some revenue that we otherwise would have not received. And finally, in just this short list, the city has partnered over the past few years with ECHO, and now with the opening of the new ECHO Paso Robles at the old Motel 6, we now have a partnership that provides housing and services to homeless people throughout the community. The second major element was economic vitality. And once again, we provide just a few of the highlights. As people probably remember, it back in 2018, the last time we worked with Nancy, we were in the midst of a pretty painful process to upgrade parking downtown and lots of different viewpoints as to how best to do that. I think most everyone agrees that the new parking program has been a huge success, and we'll be coming back to you soon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, to expand and enhance that program. We also, during this pandemic, have provided 2 rounds of economic recovery funding for local businesses, including 2 rounds of micro grants. And those were both very successful. And in fact, we actually had businesses that were awarded a micro grant that then decided not to use it and turned it back in to help other businesses. So huge effort by the community to survive economically through this pandemic. We installed citywide wayfinding signage. You can see one there at the left side of the photo on the screen, and then another one just to the left of the text. We launched a variety of economic development programs and hired Paul Sloan as our new economic development manager. There have been a lot of efforts there that will see success and a lot of preparation for when we come out of the pandemic and the pandemic-induced economic travails. And then finally, we, at council direction, implemented programs such as the parklets, the dining in the park, and other business support programs in cooperation with our stakeholders like Travel Paso, the Chamber of Commerce, Wine Country Alliance, and Main Street. All right, and the third major area, infrastructure. Oops. Lots of accomplishments over the last 3 years. Doesn't sound like much, only 80 lane miles of roads repaired, but that's 1 out of every 5 lane miles in the entire city. It's about 5 million square feet of pavement. Several major roads went through total upgrades. Spring Street now, all the way from the entrance to the 101 on the south end to the entrance on the 101, the north end, has all been redone. Union Road at Barney Schwartz Park. Vine Street, think just 3 years ago, we had a section of Vine Street that was still dirt. Now, Vine Street still needs resurfacing, but it's now a complete street from the north end of town all the way down to 46 West. Dry Creek Road has been totally redone, and we're working now on the second half, which is the county portion that allow Airport Road to connect all the way to 46 East over on the east end. And then Sherwood Road, they're just east of Niblick, went through a major upgrade. We installed solar panels at Sherwood Park and Centennial Park, and those have had major impact in reducing our electrical costs. We continue to enhance the airport runways and taxiways through FAA grants and other efforts. We've done a series of playground and park upgrades. City Park, thanks to the Rec Foundation, and was upgraded just before this time period, but we've since done a series of park upgrades, playground upgrades. Barney Schwartz Park playground upgrade just opened. We did a city park tree survey to protect those beautiful trees and the look and feel of City Park. The Sherwood Park restrooms, those were an embarrassment to the community back before 2018, and those were upgraded in a very creative approach by Frida Berman and her staff that will allow them to be moved when we redesign and rebuild Sherwood Park. And then finally, we rehabbed a series of city facilities. We had major roof problems, for instance, in Centennial Park. A lot of our city facilities are getting older, and so it was important to continue to upgrade those so they continue to provide great service to our community. And we did a Siemens lighting project and HVAC upgrades in several city facilities. Next slide shows some additional infrastructure, primarily through our utilities. So we completed the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which was a huge project, the biggest infrastructure project probably in the city's history. And right when that was finished, started and have now completed the tertiary treatment, which not only was a regulatory and environmental benefit, but will allow us to ship tertiary treated water for irrigation purposes within the city and outside the city. Along with that were a series of sewer lift station improvements, the Sherwood Acres Sewer Upgrade Project, the Minari Trunk Sewer Emergency Protection Project, many projects to upgrade our sewer and water systems because some of our pipes are over 100 years old. And so that's two vital systems to our community. As the mayor likes to say, after air, the next most important thing to all of our survivals is water. And we are the water purveyor for all of our residents and want to continue to provide safe and reliable water. We replaced the main west water tank, huge project. You see that in the lower picture on your screen. That was as the outside edges of the tank were receiving the coatings, necessary coatings. That's now been buried up to that line so that the tank provides a lower silhouette for the community. We upgraded the water and sewer lines for every major road project that we built, so we don't have to dig up the roads again in the near future. We upgraded our engineering standards and inspections, and that's been a huge project to make sure not only what we build, but what the private sector builds meets the latest engineering standards and can serve the community for many years. And also, as part of every major road project, we've been installing optical fiber conduit to ensure that our community can continue to take advantage of the internet era and will have a greater capacity. All right, the next major area of improvements was in community character and quality of life. Police department with other departments and help from the county created a community action team. That's been a vital part of our effort to ensure that people who have not required housing are safe and we can provide them services. We have our major fire risk in the community is the riverbed. Sounds anomalous, but it is absolutely true. And we've been doing cleanups in the riverbed annually, not only cleanups of trash, but as you probably remember, just last year, we had goats and sheep come in to help remove flammables, and they will be coming back in, I believe, as early as April 1st this year. Something that's behind the scenes, but is very important is our utility billing software to make sure that people receive bills on time that are accurate and give them the flexibility and information to help manage their usage of water. We reduced development impact fees to make sure that we as a city were not being a barrier to development of homes and of businesses and of the structures we need in the community to continue to grow. We streamlined our permitting process and launched PasoPermits.com, and that's been a huge help during the pandemic. And in fact, our city building department is the county leader in doing things virtually and online to assist businesses, assist developers and builders, and make sure buildings are safe. We did a whole series of distance recreation programs. So we've been able to replicate virtually all of our recreation programs and add some new programs that people can do from home or from with an iPad from out in their yard or some other place, rather than having to come together as a group. And then finally, of this short list, a whole new series of new and upgraded on-site and online library programs, because the services our library provides are truly special, and they have been able to be continued without abatement thanks to the creativity of Angelica and her staff. Next slide shows some additional community character and quality of life improvements. And these primarily are ones that the private sector has initiated in our community over the last 3 years. The Paso Market Walk, the Park Street Gallery, Field of Lights, the Bike Ped Master Plan, which was a very intensive effort, community-driven, and several hearings, the Planning Commission and the Council, to ensure that we continue to have, even as we grow and as traffic increases, adequate and fascinating rural experiences for people on bikes and walking. We have a whole series of new downtown restaurants. We have upgrades at the Ravine Water Park and the Paso Robles Golf Club. And finally, downtown has continued to evolve and still has only locally owned and managed facilities and stores and other event space related to the wineries, breweries, and distilleries in the zone. So there's just some of the community character and quality of life improvements in the community. We also, the next overall goal of the council related to the community partnership engagement. As Thomas Jefferson said, the key attribute of a thriving democracy is an informed citizenry. And so we have worked very hard on two-way communication between members of our public and the city. Some of it sounds low-key, but it's been absolutely vital. So for instance, we upgraded the city website and upgraded the functionality of the city website. So now we can get service requests. If someone sees a pothole or a tree down, whatever else, they can take a photo of it, for example, send it to us through our website, immediately get it to the appropriate city staff, and then we can reply as soon as the work has been assigned or accomplished. Our website also has links to all recent city documents, and we're working to bring onto the website older documents so that the full history of programs and projects and issues in the city can be accessed through our website. We continue to conduct ongoing surveys and polls of all types so that we know what our community members are thinking. And just recently, we've expanded these capabilities and our outreach in both English and Spanish. We've done something very important to our community going forward, and that's promoting the 2020 census, because it is only by having our community well documented through the census that we will ensure we get the appropriate percentage of state and federal revenues that are due us. And finally, we've engaged our multilingual community partners with COVID-19 prevention messaging. And that's been a partnership between several community groups, informal groups, as well as the city, to make sure every person in our community has access to the information they need. And then the final category was governance and city operations. And Nancy, if you wouldn't, there we are. Thankfully, the community really came together this past November and approved Measure J20, and that's absolutely huge for our community to ensure that we provide a safe community for every resident and every visitor to our community. The council approved the Gateway annexation, a major development that will take place on the northwest corner of Highway 101 and 46 West. And that's got residential portions, commercial portions. It's going to be a huge addition to the city, both as a resource to residents of the city, as well as an attraction to visitors. Something that's also not very glamorous, but we continue to be a very fiscally sound city. We have continued to pay down our unfunded or underfunded liabilities, and that includes CalPERS, maintenance and rehabilitation funds for our facilities and others. And even in these tight financial times, we've been able to maintain a 45% general fund reserve balance. That's necessary because we don't know what the next problem is going to be. Something could come hit us even before the pandemic's over. And in addition, it's our general fund reserves that allow us to invest in our community, to create, for example, Fire Station 3, police substation, and other resources necessary. We've implemented a whole host of virtual services, as I've talked about before, to make it easier for our citizens and constituents and patrons to access our services. And finally, something that also doesn't get a lot of attention. In the last few years, every time we've done a business walk, hosted and organized by the chamber, but city staff and council members have participated, we hear time and time again that the biggest challenge that businesses throughout our community is facing is finding good staff. They're just starved for good people. Well, we face the same kind of challenges, but we've been very, very successful. And we've retained our top-notch people, and we've consistently been able to hire great service-oriented staff. And when there's only 180, 190 of us for a community of 31,000, that means every single person on staff is absolutely vital to ensure we provide the services that the council directs us to and that the community needs. And I'm just so pleased and proud with the quality of our staff. So that's just some of the elements of our achievements since the 2018 goal setting session that the council previously conducted. Nancy?
Great, excellent. So thank you. You can see a lot has been ongoing work in the city over the last 3 years. This is our opportunity today to look forward and plan forward. I am going to do a little bit more trend review and share that with you in just a moment. I know that on Zoom, watching the screen and flipping through can be difficult. So we want to take a quick pause and do another quick poll. So then again, this is an opportunity for us to try the polling tool. So let's do that. I'm going to stop my sharings really quickly and ask Ashley again in the chat feature to add the link. It looks like actually why don't you do it one more time, Ashley, because it's moved up the list slightly. So you can go to the browser at menti.com and enter a code when you're prompted, or you can click on the link that just arrived in your chat feature. Remember, chat is down at the bottom of your screen toward the middle. If you want to click on that, it'll pop up on your right-hand side. So click on that. This is just a quick poll to see how you're feeling about the future. We just went through the accomplishments and see how we're feeling. We'll do another check-in a little bit later. So here we go. Looks like a lot of people are generally optimistic, some very optimistic, some are a little bit less sure. All right. We have some folks that are typing into the chat too. That's fine. Thank you for sharing in that and using that method. All right. So it's looking like a sizable majority are feeling generally optimistic, followed by very optimistic and unsure. Certainly these have been uncertain times for the past year. So. Okay, so a couple of people are feeling less optimistic and more on the pessimistic side. It's noted that it's true. So remember that we have, there are a lot of people who live and reside in the city of Paso Robles. We have just a portion on our Zoom call here today, but we're still very grateful for your participation and thoughts on this. So I'm going to give it just another couple, 10 more seconds. If you haven't already, go ahead and submit, and then we'll share those, we'll finalize those results. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close that poll and unshare the Ashley screen. Thank you, Ashley, so much for your help with that. Great. All right. I'm going to go ahead and reshare my screen. I know this is lots of screen sharing and presentations. We're looking forward to discussion as well later in the morning. So I'm going to take us through environmental scan. For those who participated in 2018, you'll recall we provided some information on trends that are affecting the community, both from work through the city, but also broader trends that you are likely experiencing and observing yourself. So we're going to go through some of these slides, and then after that, we'll take a short break so everybody can rest their eyes, go refill their coffee, or do whatever you need to do. We'll come back and then we're going to have some small group discussions with all of you. So hang in there. So here we go. First of all, is that not beautiful? It's very beautiful. All right. So some local trends and then big shifts that we're seeing that are underway. So starting off with population trend, this has really not changed since we were together last in 2018. So you're seeing minor and slow growth, but there's still a lot of opportunity for continued growth. If you look at the city's population build out at 44,000 there. So you can see it's a rather steady but slow and marginal increase in terms of population in Paso. If you look at, this is countywide, but likely the data is mirrored in Paso Robles. So generally, our society is skewing on the older side. And so you can see that as you start to project out, you have a larger percentage of the population that resides in the older, more wise and seasoned of us in the community. So that's the general population. And this is something that, as we're talking about the future, what that looks like, it's something to keep in mind. So if we look at the diversity and the race and ethnicity distribution in Paso Robles, you'll see that it is largely Caucasian, white, and Hispanic in terms of the percentages. What's interesting is that first off, within the county, San Luis Obispo County, Paso Robles is by far the most diverse of the cities. And also our observation is that it really isn't a microcosm of the state of California. When you look at the percentages in your community as it compares more broadly out, it's very, very similar. It mirrors in its reflection. So 38% of the community identifies as Hispanic. Also notable is that 30% of residents age 5 and older speak a language other than English at home. And so the work that the city has been doing to ensure that information is available in Spanish and engaging the Hispanic community in a way that is accessible is really important. So we like to point out the distribution there. So that's our demographic overview. We mentioned housing and the changes that have occurred since 2018. The council and the community has established a number of housing specific plans, and there are lots of efforts underway to address the needs of housing for all segments of the community. And so focusing on smart growth and incorporating availability of internet access into those new regions, increasing the housing stock, again, in all areas, not just market rate, but affordable housing as well. And then the last bullet there, you'll see there are currently over 3,000 permits and entitlements for residential units in process. And so that's a lot. And it really, I think, demonstrates the execution of those plans and how the housing is shifting in the community. Housing prices have jumped. They continue to climb. And so you can see that in the last year, there's been just shy of 10% increase in the median home value in the city. And that's notable. And that's what we're seeing in many parts of the state, but in the Central Coast in particular, as people are freed up a little bit to choose where they live and driving up some housing prices as you have people looking to the Central Coast and Paso Robles as an alternative. Rental cost, so $1,665 per month for a 1-bedroom is the current rate we're seeing through Zillow. Homelessness is an important issue in many communities, including Paso Robles. So you can see in SLO County, generally, there's been a 32% increase in the homeless count. So the last count was conducted in 2019. Typically, they do homeless counts every 2 years. This year in 2021 is unusual given COVID. And so there is not an expected count to occur. And so the most recent data is from 2019. And so just kind of keep that in mind. But the homeless population count in Paso in 2019 was 239 people. Notably, for those who are unsheltered, unhoused, their sleeping accommodations are varied. So you can see that the majority are living in their cars or vans or using emergency shelters that are available. And then you have 23% that are finding cover on the street, and then 19% that are housing themselves in encampments. So the smallest percent are actually living in encampments situation. Road conditions. So I was mentioned about passage of J20, and really the focus of that effort was to focus on roads and safety. And so we wanted to provide some information on each of those areas. So here you can see the pavement condition index, the PCI for roads in Paso Robles is 52. Now this is a scale that grades, in essence, the road quality for different parts of the city. And so depending on where you are, if it's an arterial road or a neighborhood road or different regions, you might have different experiences. 52 is overall, and it's on a scale of 100. And so brand new roads would have a PCI rating of 100 or just shy of that. And as you get lower, then the condition is more deteriorated. And as you get below 50 or so, the costs start to jump because no longer are you looking at maintenance, you're looking at more reconstruction. So it's something to keep in mind. And certainly there was a commitment by the community to look at this through the passage of Measure J20. When you look at the statewide California average, 66, so you can see you're slightly below that, but the funding resources should help. Looking at public safety, first of all, we like to compare regionally, looking at crime rates. And so we have both violent crime and property crime. You can see Paso there in the brown column. This has been normalized by making it per thousand. Certainly, San Luis Obispo is a larger community, but it's been kind of affected by the balance of the per 1,000. And so when you look at this, violent crime in Paso, actually both violent and property crime has decreased slightly since 2016 when we looked at this last. The last year has been an anomaly for many communities in so many areas, including safety, in terms of what we're seeing. Similarly, we saw the biggest jump actually come from Pismo, which was the lowest previously. But the numbers are small when you look at the scale on the left. So we're not talking about a lot of issues and concerns. Here looks at some general data about calls for service, cases. There's a lot that's involved in responding and managing safety in the community and also response time. As I mentioned, 2020 was a bit of an anomaly for a lot of communities, which probably reflects that lower number. In terms of overall calls for service, people are staying home. But if you look at the response time over there on the left, you can see in the last year or so, it's ticked up a bit. So that's something that I think the hope is to address some of that in the coming year. So that's safety, our Charlotte Police, and then we have fire, the other partner for public safety. And so in this file, again, you can look at the projected call volume, and this is also looking to increase. And as you have changes in your demographics, your population, as you continue to increase, then you can expect to have additional call volume for both police and for fire. And that's part of the long-term forward thinking that's required. So if you look at the types of calls and that pie chart in the middle and then mirrored on the projected call volume, you'll see that close to 70% of calls that are received are to respond to medical calls for help. This is typical in many communities. It's not unusual at all. Public assist is a nice, healthy, almost 30% of the calls. So you have a very supportive fire department in helping the community members. And that 4% percentage points are the calls that are specific to actual fire calls. And then the service demand density map, I always think these hot maps are kind of interesting. You can see along the 101 corridor is where you have the bulk of the activity, but also in the southeastern part of the community. Certainly up to the northern side is where you're seeing some new development and expansion. And so that's an area to pay attention going forward, and certainly with new facilities potentially coming online. This looks at response time. Part of looking at Measure J20 was to address response time for both police and fire. So a standard goal for EMS or emergency medical response calls for service is to arrive on scene within 4 minutes, 90% of the time. That's a standard. And currently because of staffing levels and the proximity and access from stations, it's 56% of the time. So that's an area that I know is of interest and to be addressed in the coming years. So the fire side has a slightly higher number in terms of the goal. So within 8 minutes, 90% of the time, and you can see the average response in 2020 was close to 11 minutes. So again, a little bit longer than you would hope. But looking at the proposed fire station number 3 will help reduce emergency response time as you're moving forward. So that's safety. I'm going to pass this back over to Tom for a sec, just to kind of give us a little bit of the update on budget. I know that council recently received a more lengthy presentation, but I thought it's helpful for the community as well to see a bit of this forecast and update. So Tom, you want to take the next 2 slides?
Sure. Thank you, Nancy. So we have, as Nancy said, just 2 slides, but they pack a lot of information. So on this slide, you see just for the general fund, the revenues we have been receiving each year, and that's the blue. And then I guess that's blue. I'm kind of colorblind, but and then going forward, what Ryan projects. So if you look just up until 18-19, just the blue bars, and look and see kind of the trend line as they were increasing as we recovered from the Great Recession, and we continued to as a community move forward. If you were to continue that trend line forward, you can see it's would be higher than any other bar going forward. And that's the challenge we're facing, that revenues are not in the future going to be increasing based on our typical revenue sources at the same level they were in the past. But as we saw, especially for public safety and other services we provide, the demand for services isn't tailing off. It's increasing, and in some cases at an accelerating rate. So we are clearly facing a structural deficit going forward. Now, if you start at the bar for 1920, that's the first bar with the brown circle at the top. And what those circles represent in year 1920 going forward were the fiscal forecast we had just last January, a year ago, before the pandemic started. And as you can see, in terms of the current forecast, which is the blue bars, we think we're going to do a little bit better than last year's forecast, but still nowhere near what we would need to do to achieve the revenue increases necessary to match the increasing demand in the services. And that's one of the reasons that Measure J20 was so crucial, because without J20, we would, as you see, have the blue bars going forward, which are pretty much flatlining. It's not until you get to 2930 and 3031 that they really start to increase over current levels. So we're going to be facing, as the circle and the line with the brown circle shows, we're going to be facing a major challenge in 24, 25, and 25, 26, because that's when E12, the half-cent sales tax measure dedicated to streets, expires. And so it'll be a time for the community to decide how it wants to proceed from that point forward. Does it want to renew that measure? How does it want to proceed? So that's really in one slide, some of the key challenges we're facing financially as we go forward, and clearly are designed to inform the council session this afternoon for the overall goal setting. Now, the next slide identifies some of the major projects we'll be needing to be considering going forward. Obviously, we have ongoing operations, but a significant part of our budget going forward will be capital projects. And so we really see as this year the 2 primary decision areas for council consideration and community input are, number 1, how to spend the J20 funds. And then number 2, what are the capital projects that will take priority? We know that, for example, the Ware Creek Bridge is absolutely vital to continue development in the northeast area of town. And with the state having designated on Thursday the potential buyer for the boys' school site, we know that's a major area of new development. We have the South Vine Street Bridge, which is absolutely necessary for the Gateway project, which we talked about earlier. And those 2 projects essentially are going to be the city's responsibility to pay for. And so how are we going to find the funds and allocate the funds for those projects when, as you see, we also have a whole nother series of projects that are going to be needing city funding and city attention. So these are just some examples of projects that will be necessary to maintain our existing facilities, existing infrastructure, and enhance our infrastructure going forward so we can continue to develop and continue to provide better jobs, better careers, and head of household jobs for members of our community. Nancy, back to you.
All right, thanks. I will just make note as we're advancing forward. There's a lot of information contained in this slide deck, I'm sure. And for some of you might be like, wow, this is a lot. We will be able to make this available. So if anybody is interested in kind of reviewing it and looking in a, following up on the PowerPoint, we are sharing with others, we can make that available. So we had, I think, a question in the chat. I want to make sure everybody was aware that we can make this available. All right, so I'm going to kind of zoom out a little bit now. We've talked about some of the trends related to the city in particular, but kind of bigger trends that we're observing that might have an effect and are things to sort of think about for Paso as you're kind of visioning and planning for the future. So first of all, you may recall we talked about this a bit when we were together in 2018 as well. It continues as a trend. California is getting warmer and drier. I mean, that's been what we've been seeing and experiencing. 2020, last year, tied 2016 as the hottest year on record. And if you look back since 2016, if you add in 2019, lots of years, those are the top three in terms of hot years. And so you can see it's holding steady, this warm trend we're observing. Also dry. Earlier in this decade, we saw the driest record as we were going through severe drought. These are just factors that are, part of the reality of living in California. So it's something to keep in mind. Also, there are lots of concerns around the number of dead trees in California. As a location for Paso Robles and kind of the surrounding area, it's something just to be mindful of. So next, wildfires generally, this is continuing to be a big issue, big concern, particularly at the WUI line, which is where you have the urban wildlife interface. So where community meets rural open space areas, there's a lot of concern around that. And so in 2020, California wild season, we hit a record that nobody really wants to hit in terms of records. So we saw 4.2 million acres that were burned across the state. So again, that's statewide, so it covers a lot of area, but it's notable and something that requires forward thinking in terms of how to address and prepare for the future. Another big trend, and we're tapping into this for better or for worse today, is that the world is becoming increasingly more virtual. This is really accelerated over the course of the last 10, 12 months as the world has had to adapt in order to sort of continue as we've been amidst this pandemic. But there are lots of examples of ways that the world and the way that we interact and live our lives is changing. So health appointments, doing telemeetings with your doctors is increasing. So reducing the number of on-site visits that are required. Technology companies across the state and beyond are embracing this work from home model. Some large companies already declaring we don't need to be in person ever again. That's transformational. That is going to have a humongous impact on many communities, both those that have served those technology companies or others in the past, but also those communities that are interested and popular for those remote workers that no longer have to be in Southern California or the Bay Area or wherever. So the whole remote economy is an important transformational reality. Video conferencing such as this is becoming more commonplace. We saw even in the early poll where the vast majority of you have had regular experience doing video conferencing as a matter of course. That's probably going to continue in some shape or fashion. It may evolve and find new ways of doing that, but it's likely here to stay in some shape or form. Access to the internet has expanded. It's certainly something that needs to continue to expand as new areas are developed and housing comes online. Being mindful of that access is critical given the way that we're living our lives these days. Also, the fear of COVID-19 has reduced the reluctance on using technology for everyday needs. And so increasingly people are using apps and tools to order their groceries or to do retail shopping. And so things just come to your house now. That's transformational as well and really is accelerated again within the last past year. And lastly, print media also is going digital. So you've started to see that shift over the past decade, again, accelerated when you look at the last year. So let's talk a little bit more about the impacts of everybody's favorite, not COVID-19. So there are a number of workforce impacts, to be sure, many of which are not positive and really hit people personally and closely. So 6.7% unemployment rate in San Luis Obispo County. You can see that sort of projection in the chart we have here reflects what we call a V recovery. That's still, we'll have to wait and see. That's our hope, is that there is recovery on that, but certainly unemployment has increased as a result of the pandemic. The largest losses we've seen in retail, air travel, leisure, all of the hospitality and kind of enjoyment, leisure activities were hugely affected. Now, we talked during the accomplishments that there are some cities, some companies that have been able to find a way to adapt. And that's going to be necessary, but in the short term, it certainly has had big impacts. Delivery firms are experiencing expansion. This is the other side of the coin in terms of those that are affected in a negative way. They're growing because you're having lots more use of online retail experiences. And so Amazon's delivering and others. You're seeing an expansion in that area as a result. So the remote economy, I threw out that term earlier. This is certainly what we would call a significant new trend. So what does that mean? Remote economy means that people don't need to be, in the shared office in the same place, and they can work from different locations. There are lots of trends that are associated with that. It means less commuting. So, conceivably more time at home with family, although then there's the kids that are there too. Less office space requirements, location flexibility, being able to work from anywhere, co-working spaces, the fiber optics that are required to do that successfully are very important. And so part of the $60,000 question is, what's this going to look like as we go forward? What if this is truly transformational and won't change, won't go back to the way it was prior, and what will? And so that's an open question we'll have to see. But I think that most would agree that the world has changed. And so some element of this environment is going to continue. In addition, income inequality continues to be on the rise. It certainly was further affected through the past year. So we're seeing, the greatest impacts of COVID on those that are in the service industries and businesses that have either reduced their levels of service or they've paused, and that affects those a certain segment of the population in the lower sector. While those that are much more adaptable based on what they do or their state in life to be able to work remotely or kind of continue as is have been fine. And so you're seeing that disparity grow that much farther. And it's something that we're going to have to pay attention to as we're moving forward. All right. So the income, these are next two slides are sort of summary slides. There's the good news and the bad news in terms of the COVID effect. And I want to just pause here. We don't have it listed here, but number one, obviously, has to do with health and wellness. It's been devastating for a lot of individuals and a lot of families, the effects of COVID-19. These are additional sort of drivers and effects that have occurred. We mentioned business shutdowns and closures. is a big one. Increased income inequality, isolation, the sense of isolation is a big one. You know, doing video conferencing is not, or connecting that way is not for everybody. And there is a real need and issue with being by yourself. And so that has a lot of implications. And that leads to the rise in mental health issues. We've seen rises in suicide and other bad ill effects from COVID. The digital divide is also, just like increased income inequality, is also increasingly apparent. Those who have access to technology and are able to engage in a normal way during this time are feeling the impacts less, but those that do not are getting left out. And so finding ways to bridge that divide is going to be really important as we look forward. Unbanked populations. And so there are certainly segments of the workforce and our communities that are working cash, right? That's how they live. So when you have things moving online, becoming virtual, whether that's banking services or purchasing things online that require those tools to be able to do so, they're left out. So that's another effect that relates to sort of the income inequality and digital divide. Online schooling, another big trend. So we're, out of necessity, schools are finding new ways to do school. We've got hybrid situations. We have all remote. We have those who are trying to stay in person. It's a mixed bag, but certainly online schooling is a big effect. Childhood limitations is experienced by many families. The opportunities to have their kids go to preschool or others while you're trying to work is a problem, and it's been challenging. Modified recreation and social opportunities ties a little bit back to isolation, but there are limits on what is permissible in COVID. So that really modifies how we work. Now, there are some upsides. I mean, take that for the first part. So, more people are taking advantage of getting outdoors, going for bike rides, going for walks. Those are things that are encouraged and healthy and people can do amid COVID. So reimagining how work happens is also part of the COVID effect. So customer experiences, from the examples that Tom shared in the accomplishments, updating how you get a library book, recreation programs that you can do from your house and find new ways of doing things. I mean, there's a lot of ingenuity and innovation that has happened out of necessity, but also out of just creativity. That's the upside. That's part of the upside. Reduced environmental impacts. Maybe many of you have seen, or some of you have seen, some of the Zooms from outer space that shows the uses of electricity, but also the impacts of pollution and how that has really decreased in the last year because people are staying home. So it's had a reduced impact on the environment. Reduced commute and congestion in more of the larger metropolitan areas. That's probably a bigger concern or issue, but it's certainly something that is a positive outcome for many. Flexible work environments. This is one of those, it has two sides of the coin. In some ways, it's been a gift to be able to have flexible work environments. In other areas, the requirements of flexible means that you're home with your children or your spouse as you're trying to juggle things. Convenience and access to retail and other delivery services. I mentioned this in the shift to a virtual environment, again, accelerated through COVID. 24-hour access generally is in effect something that is important to pay attention to, in that expectations come with that, right? As more virtual services are available, as people can just go Google whatever they need and get what they need, comes an expectation that I should be able to do that for many. So it's something to keep in mind. Connectivity. We're grateful and we are fortunate that we do live in a time when tools like Zoom and others are available. And so while it's certainly not perfect, I would much rather be with all of you in person. I will tell you that today. However, we can still do this. And so that's a tool that is available to us. I personally, and I know many other people, are doing regular virtual Zoom or other platform meetings, whatever, not meetings, get-togethers online with family members that maybe you wouldn't see otherwise. You know, I have families scattered about. We get together every 2 weeks and do that. So the connectivity has actually increased among some families as a result of COVID, ironically. And then certainly improved efficiency through technology. As innovations occur, efficiencies can emerge. So I want to just kind of leave you with some of those thoughts, both the good and the bad of the past year, because what we're going to want to do is think about, you know, what has changed? And when you think about the possibilities and the vision you have for your community, what are some of the things that can be leveraged and or addressed as you're moving forward? So with that, I do want to just take us back. And I promise you, I will stop talking at you as we're moving to the last part of our morning time. But I want to do the same poll we did earlier and just do a quick check. So I'll unshare and ask Ashley to resubmit the link. There it is. So if you go to the chat and click on that link, you guys should all be pros by now. I'm hoping. Click on that and go ahead and retake the poll about how you feel about the future. Okay. So we've depressed a few of you, I'm sorry to say. There's a lot going on, that's for sure. Joan's still feeling a little bit unsure. So some people are feeling sort of in the same position as before. Some people have shifted, or else we have people that were unable to complete the poll earlier who are now participating. Because that generally pessimistic was 2% when we were asking this at the beginning. Okay, I'll give 10 more seconds on this one. All right, so I'm seeing just a few more people toward the unsure, generally pessimistic side. So helps us to start thinking about, okay, well, what does that mean? What do we want to do as a result? Okay, so I think looks like we aren't having any more folks join on that poll. So I think we're going to close the poll. Great, thank you, Ashley. All right, so one more section, and then we're going to be working. You all, not me, are going to be talking about the future. So let me just take you through the community survey results. As I mentioned at the beginning, and I'm sure many of you participated, we did, a community survey online that was open late January into February in an attempt to start to kind of see where people are. Now, this was not the level of depth of a survey that was conducted in 2017. As you may recall, that was the National Citizen Survey. This was a little bit more of a focused survey, and really the intent was to take the pulse of community members and also to get input on priorities, what people are caring about and really want to focus on. So it went out through a variety of different means. We offered it both in Spanish as well as in English. It was through SurveyMonkey, so it was an online survey platform. So here's who responded. Sorry, I didn't mention there were 971 respondents, so close to 1,000, which is a nice, healthy response rate, and what I would expect from your community. We're here together in 2018. We had a great turnout and participation as well, but it was certainly a segment of the community that was represented. It didn't reflect all communities. And so first of all, we look at the age range of those that responded, and you can see it tilted on the older side. And so let's see, what is that? Close to 70% are 50 or older who responded. And so, sorry, I said that wrong. Close to 70% were on the older side. So the 18 to 34-year-old group was only 11%. So finding a way to get those guys involved and active would be great. This is not unusual, honestly, in terms of a survey response, but it's helpful to keep in mind as we look at the results. We also asked how long you've lived in the city. And again, you can see that those who have been in the community for a long time were much more inclined to respond to the survey than those who have just arrived. Also not particularly a surprise, but something that's just, again, helpful to keep in mind when we look at the results. We want to remember who is included. All right, so here's the demographic information. And again, it tilts very high. 75% report themselves as being white or Caucasian in terms of who responded. Second behind that, we had 11% who just didn't really want to tell us. That's fine. And then we have 8% who identify as Latino or Hispanic, and then it goes from there. And so again, it's important to keep in mind who has responded, who has participated in the survey as we look at the results. So it's a little bit, it doesn't mirror the community profile that we looked at in the demographic section. So just keep that in mind. All right, so let's look at the results then for these major categories. So we asked a series of, 9 kind of general community satisfaction types of questions. And so these were broad in their nature. They don't go to the level of specificity that would provide additional insights, but it still gives us a sense of how people are feeling. So if I'm starting on the left-hand side of the screen, overall quality of life in Paso Robles, close to 90% are very or somewhat satisfied. And so that's very strong, very high. People like and are satisfied with the quality of life that you're experiencing in the community, with good reason. Overall feeling of public safety, also high, 88% feel very or somewhat satisfied. Also high ability to provide for daily needs. And so having access to daily requirements seems to be working fine for most. Public spaces, meet or exceed expectations, 80% for 80% of the respondents. And ease of mobility is also quite close to that, close to 80% at 78. Easy, not too hard to get around the town. Overall quality of city services, 76%, so still healthy and positive, slightly lower than you would experience in the general quality of life measures that we looked at already. Sense of community connection, 75%. And then these last two are the areas that are still above a majority being satisfied, but are lower when you compare to those overall qualities. So economic health, 66% satisfied. Certainly, I would imagine that to be influenced by the difficulties of this past year. And then the last one is overall satisfaction with and trust in government is at 55%. So an area to pay attention to and continue to work to engage people. Now, I'll point out that with that one, we haven't gone down to specific attributes. And so what it is that people like or dislike, that's something that could be considered if you were to kind of redo the more detailed national citizen survey. But it's a good barometer to kind of see where people are. And overall, I would say it's very positive, results. So next we asked about 13 different kind of broad priority areas and asked respondents to identify their top 3 in rank order. And so select your 3, but put them in the order that you think are most important. So here I'm going to go through these. And so those with the highest rankings in terms of priority, and this is using a total weighted approach. Community COVID economic recovery was a standout by far. And so people are really looking for support and focus on this area as we come out of the pandemic. Next, road repair and maintenance was right behind the COVID economic recovery in terms of area of priority for respondents. Effective governance followed that. And then homelessness, so you'll see on the next slide when we get there, housing was a lower priority, but addressing homelessness was very high in terms of the ranking of priorities. Quality of life amenities and programs, very high ranking for that one as well. So this includes the amenities you have like the library or recreation programs, other quality of life features, both offered by the city, but also available within the community, one would imagine. Next comes fire and emergency response services and police services, virtually tied in the survey respondents. You'll see when we get to a slide that shows you the graphic, I think there was 1 point difference between the two when we scaled them. And so for all intents and purposes, fire and police services were equal. The next slide are the remaining of those 13 priority areas. So the traffic and transportation improvements, this is more of capital investment, comes in next at number 8. Diversity, equity, and inclusion as a category follows that at 9. Then we get economic development, which was very high in 2018 in terms of, we had a whole focus area on that, was less of a broad focus area. It was more targeted specifically towards recovery coming out of COVID-19. Here's housing behind that. And then we have emergency and disaster preparedness. As we heard in the accomplishments from Tom, the city recently adopted an emergency preparedness plan. So maybe some of that work has been accomplished, and that could be why that's slightly lower. And then the last one was community engagement. Arguably that ties back into effective governance as well. So you can see there are threads that tie all of these together. But so that's how respondents reported. And here's how we can look at that in a graphic chart image. Okay. So again, so on the far left of this chart, you'll see COVID economic recovery. Some of these are abbreviated in order to make them less wordy. So we have the COVID economic recovery followed by road repair, effective governance, homelessness, quality of life amenities. Then you'll see the police and fire really that are about the same. And then it starts to tick off a little bit from there, beginning with traffic and transportation improvements, diversity, economic development, housing, emergency preparedness, and engagement. So I think sometimes it's helpful to have a bit of that visual and see how it ranks in terms of number of responses. So hopefully that is helpful. We asked 2 other questions in the survey that we have results for. This one we showed you earlier because we wanted to kind of test where you all are. And so this is the one thing that you like most about living in Paso. So we saw this one at the beginning of our time together this morning. Again, sense of community, small town feel, downtown amenities, weather, the people, wine country, these things sort of jump out at you as you're looking at it. We also asked about what one thing you'd like to see happen. And so here's this. So you can see there's lots of individual little tiny responses. That means that we were very diverse in the areas, but when you look at the areas that had a cluster of interest, more affordable housing, road repair, addressing homelessness, parking structure, limited housing, more diversity, additional grocery store. So some very specific items, some very broad items, but some of them consistent with what we saw in the priorities, particularly about homelessness and road repair. So that's what we would hope to see in Paso. And again, I will remind us all that we'll make this deck available. So if you want to spend more time with it, by all means, you're encouraged to do so. All right, so it is 10:30. I am going to suggest for the mental health of us all, we take a quick 5-minute break. And when we come back, you guys get to participate and do breakout groups, discussions, and talk about what you want to see for the future. And so at 10:35, if you've got your clock available, we will reconvene. I encourage you to step away from your screen, refill your coffee mug, go use the facility if you need to, and we'll see you back in 6 minutes. Okay. As folks are coming back, I want to make sure that, let's see here. Dang it. Okay. I'm going to assume that folks are coming back. I can't see you. And so if a few more of you, particularly if you're a council member, if you could turn your video on so that I know you're present, I would appreciate that. I'm going to assume otherwise that we have people finding their way back. Okay. Welcome, welcome. That's so nice to see your faces again. I don't enjoy just seeing my face so much. Okay, so as people are coming, I'm going to do a little bit of setup, but really the last portion of our morning together is going to be an opportunity for you all to kind of have conversations and work together in breakout rooms, and then we'll come back and share. I'll give you instructions on that, and we'll cross our fingers for successful technology with regard to that. But I'm going to set the table first. And so I think we've been trying to set the table thus far, but really now we want to take a step back and think about the future, right? So we're envisioning the future, and we want to start off by envisioning the future that is after we get through this pandemic, because that has a lot of urgency and necessity now, but really keeping in mind a longer view is what we want to try to accomplish. So that's our charge. You know, think farther out, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years out. Okay. So first of all, just a reminder, when we were together in 2018, and this is, just for context, this is as a reminder, there was a whole heck of a lot going on, and you may remember this. And it's not to say that there's not a lot going on currently, it just might feel a little bit different, perhaps, than it did in 2018. There was unprecedented tourism. The Event Center master plan was about done. Student enrollment was on the rise. There were innovative programs going on. You had the expansion of Cuesta College to the North County. There was the vacant former youth detention facility. That's the boys. We don't call it boys club. We call it something else. That was potentially available, and that might still be, kind of back to where we were potentially with that. We were, had the availability of the airport with the longest runway on the Central Coast, General Aviation Airport, opportunity with that. Downtown was booming. I will tell you, I was there last weekend and it was still booming, which is great. Specific plans were underway and being adopted and continued over the course of the last few years. There had been streamlining improvements to help further amplify and speed up changes and reduce bureaucracy in the city. And we talked about, opportunity with the location, simply the incredible location where Paso Robles resides is and was and is an opportunity. So these are some of the areas that we were thinking about when we were doing some visioning discussion around Paso Robles in 2018. Some of these may continue to apply. There may be new things that are on your radar that we want to make sure we think about today. So we did, we're going to have the benefit of Leslie's involvement here in a bit when we start to report out on conversations. We're all excited for that. This kind of summarizes a snapshot of the discussion and the goal areas that happened in 2018. We reviewed these earlier this morning, focusing largely on housing as well as economic vitality. Those were two big drivers of priorities in 2018. Housing now, there's so many opportunities in place and specific plans that are being implemented. We saw in the community survey, it remains a priority, but it's lower on the we've got to do something list, outside of perhaps looking at more affordable options and addressing homelessness, to be sure. So that was a snapshot from 2018. Okay, but here's what we're going to do. All right, hold on tight. I hope everybody can see this screen easily, because this is how we're going to approach this, and I'll give us some instruction. We are going to break into randomized breakout groups in just a moment, okay? What does that mean, a randomized breakout group? For those who haven't done that, it means that on my cue, which we're not there yet, Ashley is going to to send you off to another little cubby in our little Zoom world, along with approximately 4 other people. So we'll have groups around the size of 5. In those groups, we want you to discuss 2 things, okay? This is your charge. First of all, together collectively, after you have introduced yourself, if you don't know each other already, we want you to identify 3 words or phrases, 3 words or phrases that describe your vision for Paso Robles 10 years from today. So take into context all that we have tried to present to you today, but just from your own personal experience, what do you want to see for your community in 10 years from today, so you can continue to work there? It may be the same as we experienced in 2018. It may have changed. That will be up to you to discuss and decide. So that's your first charge. And if you're making notes of this, that would be great, because in your breakout rooms, you won't have this slide blaring at you. You'll just be able to see your compatriots. And the next question you have is, has your vision changed or been influenced by recent trends? So we just want to have you talk a little bit about whether or not, what has transpired from accomplishments that have already been achieved, and or to the transformation of our world related as it relates to COVID, if that has changed what you're hoping for the future. It may not, and it may, but so just talk about that a little bit, because it's certainly a lot going on. So just to recap one time more, we're going to put you into random groups. Please introduce yourself first. This is a community opportunity to engage. You may know people already and you may not. Introduce yourself, then identify someone who will take your notes, okay? So find out who's gonna write down the results of your discussion. That's very important. And then together, identify 3 words or phrases and discuss if your vision has changed or been influenced by recent trends. Okay, let me see thumbs up if we kind of get that. All right, for those who are on screen, I'm getting thumbs up. So by extension, everybody oh, Jacob, nicely done. I'm seeing lots of thumbs up, great. Okay, so we're gonna put you into breakout rooms. When we return, you'll have 10 minutes, 10 minutes to talk about these things. You will automatically come back to our large group. You'll get a notice that says you have a minute left, so you'll have an indication. You can either re-enter then, or you can wait and automatically get shipped back into our large group. At that time, we will have, I'm expecting we're gonna have 10 small groups. So with that, we're gonna ask each group's lead to report out your results. So we're gonna call on you individually. And so I won't know who you are. You're gonna have to raise your hand and tell me I'm gonna report out for us. So this is really a team sport here. Okay, Ashley, are we all set with how we're gonna, with the breakout groups?
We are all set. And
We're all set.
you're going to note that the council is not going to be assigned, right?
Oh, yes, thank you. So council members, you are not going to be in these groups. You're going to be able to listen to the report outs. We want the community to engage on these topics. And so you will stay here with me. Don't worry, you'll have your chance to reflect on this and we can chat about it. And then this afternoon, certainly we'll talk a whole lot more about it. And so I know that's disappointing, but it's trust me, it's for the best. So thank you, Ashley, for pointing out that. All right, so then we're gonna do in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to the groups.
Hello? Can you hear me? Because you're all muted. You need to, Jane, you need to unmute.
I'm muted. I'm unmuted.
Okay. Hi, my name is Martha, and I've already thought of my 3 things.
What are your 3 things?
Who's going to be the secretary? Somebody needs to write it down.
I'll write it down.
Who is running iron? Can you unmute yourself? You're part of our group, running iron. That person's still muted, so we can't hear that person.
Can we unmute them?
I don't think we can. He has to unmute himself. Okay, well, I'm just going to start. Maybe that person will unmute themselves. Oh, Melissa Martin. Hi. I just said that I had my 3 things, so I'm just going to say them and then everybody else could do theirs. I would like to see more diversity here.
That's my word.
Oh, good. We're a good group already. I would like to see, acceptance of all skin colors, of all cultures, and that we're all welcome. This is a welcoming town, and to me, that's very important. I'm concerned about mental health. And, people isolated, the elderly, how we can help them. And preparation for disasters, I've taken some courses in it, and I do worry that, we're supposed to be having an earthquake in the future, and how can we prepare so we're not left, like Texas without water, with frozen pipes, and they're all, and a mayor comes out and says, well, fend for yourselves, you want a government handout. That's a bad attitude. But I think if we help the population prepare, then we will all be safer. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Can we stop here for a moment and introduce ourselves? I don't know any of you, and it would be helpful to do that first. Okay, so you were Sarah Scarborough?
Deborah.
Deborah, I'm sorry, I don't have your whole screen on for some reason.
Deborah Scarborough. I live over in downtown on 13th and Olive. And I have been here. Moved here 10 years ago. I lived in the county before that. I used to have a restaurant, and now I don't because I got rid of it. Thank goodness. And so, anyway.
What restaurant did you have, Deborah?
I don't know. Okay, I hate saying it because it's not good anymore.
Oh, you sold it and it's going down the tubes?
It's horrible.
Oh, that's.
And now I really can't say it because I don't want to say anything bad about them. Yeah. COVID testing, so for television and film productions.
Oh, interesting.
And so I organized that. I just started this week, though. I work part-time for a winery because in this county we have to have several jobs. And then I also work for a cannabis company trying to get licensing here in Paso for a brick and mortar cannabis company.
I saw some of that in the chat that they're trying to get it to pay taxes locally.
It has a huge difference financially for this.
That could be one of your vision things if you think it's important. I only like to tell you the truth, the medicinal aspect of it. I know it has great medicinal qualities, and that's the part I'm interested in.
It's so true because I actually don't participate in the getting high community. I just hate that feeling, and so it's kind of funny that I work in cannabis because in my whole family, I'm like the one that's like the most like non-cannabis person. I'm not anti, I'm just non.
I'm with you. I'm not into getting high.
The non-THC stuff is really helpful for sleeping and relaxing and stuff. Yeah.
And even some of the THC, because THCA is non-psychoactive and it actually helps deliver the CBD better.
Oh, that's TH what?
THCA.
THCA, okay.
So that now that it's legal, they've done all this experimenting and figuring this out. But anyway, my words would be, well, diversity is super important to me. Okay, I'm going to say cannabis. I have too many words now. Environment, for us to be more aware of our environment, and help the homeless and decent healthcare. So I have too many items.
Yeah, I like your climate change. That's a priority with me, but I forgot to mention it, but you did, so thank you.
What was that, Martha?
Climate change. Deborah mentioned it, and I thought that was super important one.
How about we call that sustainability issues, something like that, climate?
Okay.
What would we call it?
Especially
climate change. We want to be sustainable, don't we?
Yes.
We want the community to be.
I'd like to see more of our vineyards become organic and biodynamic.
Yeah.
What I work for is organic and biodynamic.
How about which one is that?
Via Creek.
Via Creek, great. How about saying that by saying a sustainable community, or
like that?
How do we word that?
Yeah.
I think we're doing a great job with that. I see solar panels all over my neighborhood, in the schools. I think that that we're very supportive of that. I even went and got a Prius that you hook into your electric socket for 25 miles free daily. And that's about all I need is just to get around here. Yeah. So
I also
sustainable.
I wanted to say that I think that our city council does a really amazing job because they have done they're always on the forefront of things of anybody else in the county. I feel like they're
yeah. We have to support our mayor. If he's going to be reelected, I would certainly support him. He's a great mayor. I see a Melissa Martin. Are you related to Mr. Martin?
No, I'm not. I'm actually the city clerk for the city of Paso, so I'm trying to stay quiet in this discussion and let you guys have this moment to talk.
We can't hear your 3 words.
We need you to participate because we don't have that 5th one, so we're only 4. So please participate.
Come on, Melissa. And Jane, we need your words too.
Well, I would be very strong on the sustainable green community issue. I think that's very important in 10 years in the future. We're already going to be in a very different climate world 10 years in the future. So that needs to be that's a big one for me.
And most of us in this group are seniors. Can you imagine in 10 years? I'm going to be in my 80s. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I'm already 80, so like 10 years from now, I'm going to be quite gaga by then, I imagine. Okay, and I would also say disaster prep. I think that's a good point because sooner or later, it's not if, it's when we're going to hit some kind of disaster that we need to be ready for.
I just went outside my door because there was something knocking and the winds are blowing. I worry about trees falling on my house.
Yeah.
I wish there was something in the city where you could call a tree expert and he would check your trees instead of each one of us having to do it, you know, and that's expensive. So just somebody checking trees, make sure they're not going to fall on our homes.
So Martha, introduce yourself. You are a longtime resident, or what's your?
I used to work at the state hospital, so I've been in the vicinity since 1985 is when I started working at the state hospital. So
are you personally blank that we can't see you?
Oh, okay.
There we go.
I don't like to be seen. I always feel like, I should put some makeup on, put on my good glasses or something. But So anyway, I'm a Paso resident. I'm the one who put in that thing. What about our roads on the cul-de-sac in Rambouillet? It's all wearing down. It's terrible. So somebody put down that they're going to be working on the cul-de-sac in Rambouillet during the summer. So I was very gratified about that.
So for another of my words, I don't know whether my role in life currently here is as director of of publicity for the Friends of the Library. I've worked with the library as a volunteer for many, many years. I was on the library board and now I'm on Friends. And I feel that the library is really the community center of the town, and that libraries today are not just about a place to go get books, but it's a community center. They helped people find housing this past week. And well, maybe that goes on to the next point. We're supposed to look at how recent trends have changed our vision. But what does this say?
No. I guess we're done.
Well, so what are our 3 words? We've got disaster prep, sustainable community. What's number 3?
Diversity.
Diversity.
Okay, great.
And
for their input. So wish me well.
It's giving them all 30 seconds to come back to the main.
Perfect. Some will automatically select to re-enter and others will wait it out. So wait, you can tell me, Ashton, when we pass that and we know everybody's back.
Okay. The countdown is 20 seconds.
Great. All right, Leslie, are you ready? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll ask you, or would it be helpful if I unshare my screen when we do these report outs?
Yes, probably.
Okay, I'll recap the questions and then I'll do that. All right, hey, welcome back. I know people are still popping in. You're getting relocated into our main ballroom here. Isn't this nice? I hope that you guys had good conversations in your breakout rooms and were able to address these. So I'm going to recap the questions that we asked you to contemplate, and then I will unshare my screen in the hopes that you guys can see each other perhaps a little bit better than you would otherwise. I have the benefit of an external monitor. Many of you probably do not. Okay, so in your groups, hopefully you have elected someone to be your spokesperson, and that spokesperson is going to report out on two things. The first was the question about 3 words or phrases to describe your vision for Paso Robles 10 years from today. So 3 words or phrases. And Leslie, our champion graphic recorder over there, waving at you now, is going to be taking notes on those. So we'll see if we can find a way to zoom in so you can see after we've reflected all those. Or maybe I'll have her take a picture and send it to me and I can share it that way. So we're going to report on 3 words and also your discussion about whether or not your vision has changed. And so we'd like to hear about that too. All right, I'm going to unshare my screen, expecting everybody knows what our little task was. All right, let me just do this and change my view so I can see all of your beautiful faces as well. All right, so I need to, so for our folks that are reporting out, if you can signal, so turn yourself off of mute, and if you holler out, then we'll get ourselves started. So I believe we have 10 groups, and so I'm keeping track. So we'll know when we have heard all 10. So who's our first group that would like to share?
So I'm Brian Cowan, and I believe we were group number 1.
Great. All right, Brian, you're on.
Thank you. So our group, the overarching vision was diversity, and we have 3 points to kind of describe what we mean. So the first is that 10 years out, you know, we really see, we'd like to see diverse community involvement and representation. Second point, diverse housing and employment opportunities. And third point, diverse revenue streams for the city.
That was very clever. 1 word and lots of different threads. Okay, good job.
Okay, and then in terms of current events, our group felt that the current events really highlight the importance of quality of life, diverse revenue streams, and serving the needs of the underserved.
Okay. Those were the trends that we saw. Those are what influenced yours. Okay, perfect. Can you repeat those one last time for me, just for Leslie's benefit? Quality of life.
Quality of life, diverse revenue streams, and serving the needs of the underserved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, team 1, well done. Thank you very much. All right, so it sounds like you guys know your group numbers based on how you went in. So who is our champion for group number 2? If you unmute yourself and start talking, we'll be able to see you.
I think I was elected for that position for number 2.
Well, nobody else was jumping up, Christopher. You're on.
So here I am. All right. Well, we talked about these things and generally it seemed like we're all in roughly accord as it related to these things. And probably the 3 main things that stood out were quality of life, community involvement, and sort of as a corollary to quality of life, homelessness was the thing that came up as it relates to that. And our discussion kind of revolved around those 3 things and how they all interplayed.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, thanks, Christopher. Now we're up to group number 3.
That would be me.
Right.
So we had similar but different.
Okay.
So I'm just going to read through them. So improvement in the roads, brick and mortar cannabis, better fiscal responsibility, which ties into just regular fiscal responsibility, public safety. We also had community input and involvement, homelessness, which is a multifaceted area to get into, with mental health, not just sending the police out, but having healthcare workers having the ability to go out with the police or with themselves, out there by themselves. A balance between jobs and housing, affordable housing sector, or affordable housing for the service sector, but also tying in higher paying jobs for the remote workers. That might be an opportunity for Paso to look into, given what today's world is changing. Let's see. And then we also had saying no real change on an outlook given what's been going on today for the future. I didn't really have any input on that one.
Okay. So for your 3 words or phrases, you had about a dozen things.
Yes, we did.
It sounds like you had a very healthy conversation as a group. I appreciate that. And some of those attributes really kind of tie into potential goals and priorities, but start to give a flavor for the areas of interest for the vision of the community. So, all right. Thank you, Jim, and group 3. And I'm told we have 9 groups. I misspoke when I said 10. So we have group number 4 on deck. Who's our champion here?
I think that was us.
Okay. Dan.
So for the future, we have actually 4. First one is our diversity is embraced, served, and celebrated. Our economy is diversified and vibrant. Our third one is a better alignment with our higher education opportunities. And our fourth one is that we've retained the small town values and feel. The changes that we influenced us, or what we saw that influenced us, first of all, COVID obviously exposed the vulnerabilities that we have with a kind of a one-dimensional economy. But at the same time, COVID provided the openness to change, meaning people quickly adapted. The government provided online services. People were able to work remotely from home. Education was able to be taught online. And so there was a significant move into that adaptability that, allowed for opportunities to be considered. And then we're recognizing also that as we're coming out of this, we anticipate a renewed sense for community gatherings and a need to focus on providing that opportunity for those community gatherings and helping to rebuild that sense of community here in Paso. And that's it.
Thank you. That's a lot of really interesting content there, and the effects on COVID, I think, are particularly striking. The adaptability and the openness to change and innovate. That is interesting. I think it is actual. It's transformational, as I mentioned it, and I agree that people are going to want to reconnect, right? Once we're able to do that. So thank you for pointing that out. That's outstanding. All right, who's our lead for group 5?
That's me, Shauna.
Oh, Shauna, okay.
We've got our 3 phrases. The first is diversity in government. Mm-hmm. The second is a colorblind community. And the third is retaining our feeling of community. Mm-hmm. We had a very similar conversation, it sounds like, to Dana's group. And the trends that have affected or influenced our thoughts is that national events can create local division. And so that sense of community is important to safeguard. And also having to be all virtual makes community building challenging. Mm-hmm. So like Dana's group, definitely looking forward to getting back to in-person events in neighborhoods and parks and even city facilities to build some good, solid community feel.
Excellent. Thank you, Shauna. And that sense of community, you'll recall in the community survey that we did, aside from the economy one and the component, that the sense of community and connectedness was one of the low areas. I think it was in the low 70s relative to others. And so it probably reflects what many of you are talking about in your groups. Appreciate that input. Okay, who's group number 6?
That was probably me or us. So our group, our 3 key phrases to describe our vision in the future is that Paso Robles is an economically vital town with a welcoming downtown. We are the best small town with an awesome river trail. And we have a high quality of life with a strong community fabric. And then in terms of how our vision has been influenced by recent trends, we believe now we can do more and be more flexible than we have in the past with some of the things we've learned. We can also be more creative and adaptable to serve the public's needs. And we are noticing that thoughts on community acceptance of marijuana as it becomes known as cannabis are changing, and that there's probably a higher level of acceptance now than there was in the past.
Okay. Thank you. And actually, if I might ask you, just for the benefit of Leslie, because the 3 phrases or the descriptions that you came up with around the economy downtown, and those 3 pieces, can you reiterate those so she can hear those again too?
Yeah, the first one was economically vital town with a welcoming downtown.
Okay.
The second was the best small town with an awesome river trail. Mm-hmm. And the third was high quality of life with strong community fabric. That's right.
All right. Thank you for repeating that. We're all taking copious notes here so that at the end of the day, we'll have an effective summary of all this. And that's good. All right. So that was group 6. I have group 7 on deck. Who's group 7?
I believe that's me. I was the designated note taker, so I'll be the speaker. Our envisioning Paso 10 years from now, we think diversity is a very strong point, as have so many others. Diversity in terms of community involvement, government involvement, schools, very important. Our equally strong feeling was we wish to live in a sustainable community, a green community. We want to see Paso do a lot more in that area vis-a-vis climate change and our ever desertification of this area of the country. I think we need to pay attention to that. And then thirdly, we thought disaster preparedness for our community was very important. We don't want to have happen to us what happened to Texas. We want to make sure, it's not when, it's if something happens, a big earthquake or fire or who knows what. We think that's a very strong element that needs to be paid attention to. How we've changed about what the future may bring, given what we've gone through. Again, I think with our aging community, cannabis is an important and a good source of tax revenue for our city, and something that we need to pay attention to. Healthcare in general, I think we've all agreed that we need to have more doctors here of a varying set. And I would also like to plug in a role in the increasing role that the library can play in this town, because it is really a community center in so many ways. And envisioning the changes, it can be a workplace center. It can help people do their jobs in ways that are needed in this new world of working from home and from not going to the office. So those are what we dwelt on mostly, and we had a good time. It was interesting.
Good. Well, that's a bonus and what we hope happens in these small groups, because it's a chance to kind of get together with people. Jane, thank you so much for those comments. Appreciate that. All right. Who is our spokesperson for our group number 8?
That would be me, Nancy. My name is Jacob Allred. I represent group 8. We did talk. We used the entire time to talk about the 3 items. We didn't get too far into the latter half, but what was interesting is, and we're going to echo several things you've already heard, which is, diversity is a huge aspect of what we believe needs to change over the next 10 years. The first one that we brought up was diversity in housing. Needed to be affordable, accessible. And we see housing being a huge aspect moving forward post-pandemic. A lot more businesses will be run out of their homes. So we had some concerns that kind of bled into the next area, which is economic diversity. We think a lot of the traditional streams of revenue are going to, change moving forward. So we kind of label that as a modernized or forward-focused type of economy beyond just tourism. So whatever those revenue streams look like. And then the last one would be diversity in both leadership and the community. And when we talk about diversity, we typically think ethnicity, which is something that we would like to see, but also age. We want to see younger folks in leadership and making that more accessible. So that's our top 3 items.
Great.
Thank you.
Definitely, yeah, we're definitely hearing some themes on diversity with lots of different ways to approach that. All right, who is our cleanup person? The final group 9. Who's our spokesperson?
That's me, Desiree.
Okay.
Yes, so that would be me, and I guess we kind of get to sum up what everyone else said as well. So kind of taking some of the words we had and kind of putting them into 3 kind of categories. So there's economic vitality was one, and I think there was a emphasis on wanting to support the tourism industry, but also wanting to really support small businesses. So really having that diversity in the economy. And then additionally, safety. And with safety, thinking in terms of being able to meet the community's needs safety-wise, being able to address things such as homelessness and mental health within safety. And then the final one being innovation and leadership. So being leaders within our region and kind of thinking outside of the box in terms of innovation to address some of the issues that lie ahead and to try to embrace that mentality bravely. So that's what we have.
Okay, so leaning in on some of the willingness to adapt and openness to change that we talked about in another group to be innovative in leadership. All right, did I miss any groups? I want to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to share. All right, well, this is great. And I do hope that like Jane and her group, that each of you had a good experience in that small group, and maybe you met some people that you didn't know before or had a chance to engage. Really excellent input. And that's, I think that the word of the day seems to be diversity in a lot of different areas, from economic diversity to leadership diversity. And as was pointed out by Jacob and his group, that reflects different dimensions, ethnicity, but also age and different parts of the group. So thank you. That's terrific. I appreciate that. And I think it really will set the table well for the goal setting conversation that's going to happen this afternoon. So our last activity here together this morning is that we're going to now kind of zoom back in. So we asked you to think big picture, to think about the future, right? 10 years from today, and what do you hope to see? Now we're going to ask you to zoom in a little bit closer to home and to 2021 and think about the next 3 years. And so within that, what are your top priorities with these long-term visions in place, if that makes sense? And so to do that, we're going to, oopsie, wrong one. There we go. I need to share my screen so that you can see it again. Hold on one sec, bear with me. Okay, everybody should be able to see that once again. Okay, so here's what we just completed. And again, we said, considering all that we had heard about earlier in the day, words and phrases and what influenced that in terms of change. So that was a long term. Now we're going to, if I can get my cursor over, think about the next 3 years. And so February 20th, 2024, using a 3-year horizon, because that's the last time we were together, was 3 years ago. So now imagining the same time frame, look forward, we're going to have you write a headline that celebrates an accomplishment the city has achieved. So, we had the ability to look back and say, what have we achieved in the last 3 years? Well, now we're going to project out and say, what do you want to read in the paper? Or what do you want to read online, since everything's digital, right? What is a short headline? And so to do that, we are going to go back into our cool new polling app, right? The one that we used earlier in the day. And you're going to type in your short headline. Please try to be concise, because we want to capture the headlines you have, but we'll be able to see them as they're coming through too. Leslie is going to be hearing for the topics that I'll mention as they come out. So I'm going to unshare my screen, but you'll have the same prompt when you go into the online survey. So I'm unsharing, Ashley, so you can now pull up our, here we go. Okay, so if you go back to your chat feature, everybody remembers where that is. Ashley has given you the link. Click on that link, and then you will be able to start typing in your headline for the digital or old-fashioned newspaper on February 20th, 2024. And Ashley, when you start to see things come in, we can unhide our graphic, and so we can see those headlines coming in live. All right, here they come. All right, so we see things about the river walk is opening. Oh, we have the new bridge has opened. There are no potholes to be found anywhere. There's diversified leadership that represents the community. U.S. Small Town of the Year. I would vote for that. Number one, lots of number ones. Number one tourist destination. Paso Robles announces a major new employer. The city is operating a sustainable government. Boasts the most diverse city council in history, 3 women of color. Microsoft opens a remote campus in Paso Robles. Tech comes to the Central Coast. Paso Robles has a vibrant economy. The library expands to include Business Resource Center, including meeting rooms and more opportunities for programming and gathering. And I'm sorry, I'm just getting couples of these as they're coming through. Emerges a shining star among desirable small towns. Looks like I'm getting repeats on some of these, and so they're cycling through. So I'm hoping that you're all seeing these as well. These are great headlines. City completes Sherwood Park Master Plan Youth Sports Complex. It rains. I love it. Yes. New ag development in Paso Robles. Paso Robles, a premier wine country destination, welcomes tech companies, adding jobs to the community, and expands its downtown entertainment center, adding to the community's quality of life. Grand reopening of the updated library. 200 units of affordable housing have been approved. These are great. Approve the housing element. 4 miles along Salinas River Walk Park. Paso residents rate it best city to live. Raises the bar on diverse community engagement. Excellent. All right. Looks like we have 31 people who have written headlines thus far. I want to give just a couple more minutes. If you haven't had a chance to add a headline, we will be able to capture all this. And so that's one of the nice things about this software, this Mentimeter software, is that we have a record of all of these comments. And so we'll be able to include this in our final report, which is kind of fun. And so as I've been shouting out some of these ideas, some of the topics that have come up have likely been recorded as well. So Paso Robles COVID-19 vaccination pod closes. All community members are vaccinated. All right, that was a new one. Embraces opportunity for change. Okay. I think, let's see, emergency services meets goal of responding 4 minutes or less in 90% of the time for the first time in 2024. So the response time has gone down. That's outstanding. This is a pretty good world to want to live in, right? All these headlines is exciting. Okay, announces major new employers. I think we saw that one before. All right, Ashley, are you seeing any others that I haven't mentioned?
No, I think they've all cycled through.
Okay. 33 respondents. All right. Well, like I said, we will have a record of these. And so these are great headlines. We should all put you in charge of, of writing great articles for this city 3 years from now. And hopefully many of these things are realized. And so I'm going to ask Ashley to unshare our screen and thank everybody for participating in that headline activity. That was particularly fun, I thought. Let's see, I've got it into the chat. So we have a couple other topics that people have put into the chat. A pan vaccine available to cover most strains of the coronavirus. Police force is abundant. And Paso Robles add mental health department to the police force. And so rethinking it. So there's some additional headlines in the chat if you take a look there. So, okay. So that was our headline activity. And really that opportunity to sit together, if you will, break bread together without being able to physically do that together and talk about the future of the community and then reflect on the short-term goals was something we were very excited about having your participation in. And so I hope it was an enjoyable experience for you. Certainly the input that was generated was on point and incredibly helpful. So with that, I'm going to share my screen one last time for this morning. So that's what we just completed. Again, we'll have a record, oopsie, of all of that. So for those who are just joining us or have hung in all morning, a reminder that this is being live recorded on YouTube. It is available live. It has been available live. It will also be available for anybody who is unable to join us live to view the discussion. So you can go back and watch, or you can refer to your neighbors. People will be encouraged to do that. So it's available on the city's YouTube channel. In addition, the slide deck that we used today will be made available. And so anybody who wants to take a closer look, particularly a data junkie or whatever, or wants to revisit and remember all those amazing accomplishments from the past 3 years, it's available. So that is our wrap up for this morning. I will encourage you to join us this afternoon beginning at 1 o'clock. The council will reconvene. This will be on Teams in the standard city council structure. You should have all received a link to that as well. For the afternoon session, again, this is council's opportunity to talk about goals, really in reflecting on everything that has been discussed this morning. To prioritize those. There'll be an opportunity at the beginning for public comment. So please feel welcome and encouraged to provide your comment at the beginning. For those who are listening in on YouTube, similarly, please, you're encouraged to provide comment at the beginning of the session. After we have done the public comment, then it will become a workshop for council to talk about goals. And so that will be their opportunity then to engage directly. They didn't participate in the breakout rooms. They were listening intently as you guys reported on your results. So that is the agenda for the afternoon. We begin at 1 o'clock. We are anticipating conclusion by 3 or so, depending on the conversation, but please join us then. And I think that's a wrap, Mayor. Any closing comments by council members, or we're good to call it a wrap?
I would like to thank everybody who participated today. As has been noted by several people now, I think we actually have more people involved virtually, although we would much rather be face-to-face, granted, but I think we have had more people involved virtually actively than we had in our live goal-setting session 2 years ago. And as I mentioned earlier to some folks, there are folks that are watching on YouTube right now who may not have been actually in the groups and interacting with us, but I think we've got a pretty good audience here, and I think this bodes well for community interaction in the future. So, and you guys did a great job. Thank you for your enthusiasm. And I know the rest of the council is looking forward to our workshop this afternoon. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, we'll see everybody that wants to come join us. See you at 1 o'clock. Be there. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
My pleasure, Tom. Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to the Paso Robles City Council special meeting for February the 20th. We are doing our visioning and goal setting workshop today. We had a very successful morning on Zoom with about 50 of our residents participating and many more watching on YouTube. So that was quite an exciting and interesting experience. We're going to continue forward now with some council reflections on what we've heard this morning. And then we will go to public comment. So we'll be able to take your comments by telephone as we usually do during a city council meeting. And we'll give you that telephone number to call. And then after that, the council will be discussing the potential visioning and goal setting for the next couple of years. So before I actually bring this back to order, I need to read this following notice. In compliance with the state and county sheltered home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. City council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. The community visioning portion of the workshop began this morning at 9 a.m. We're getting started now with the goal setting workshop in the afternoon. And if you would like to make public comment, the number you're going to want to call, and you might want to jot this down, and I'm sure it'll be placed on the screen for you, is 805-865-7276. So when it comes time for public comment, that is the number to call so you can make your input known. That being said, I'd like to go around with the council and sort of get first thoughts on the discussions this morning and the input from our panels in the community, and then we can move on to public comment. So we'll start today with Mr. Gregory.
Can you hear me okay? Everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, good. So there's a lot of subjects to talk about, so I'll be a little bit brief. So one of the things I want to make clear in our goal setting is the purpose of J20 and what it's for. I think it's very clear that our council is dedicated to use those funds for police and fire safety first and foremost, and then eventually maybe when the half-cent supplemental sales tax goes away, it is not replaced, we'll be using those funds for roads. And I wanted to make sure I saw a lot of comments online during the process this morning about people wanting to use those funds for other things. And that's the dedication our council has made. I want to make sure that's part of our goal setting process. I heard a great deal about diversity, and I think that's very good to embrace myself. I especially like the diversity about age and ethnicity on the city council. I have been advocating for younger folks for a long time to join the city council. Maria Garcia has joined us. Thank you, Maria, for being with us. And I'm encouraging other people to do so. And it needs to be a citywide effort to get people to join. There's no way to make a living on the council. It is a dedication to your community when you're on here, but I think it's critical for that diversity issue to have younger people on our council. And I would advocate that strongly as our goal. Also, and ethnicity-wise as well, obviously. So those go in hand in hand. Economic vitality, I think, is an essential common goal that I've heard throughout the day from several people, and I would agree with that. Diversity of economic income, I think, is another great comment that some folks have made. And I think we're headed nicely in that direction, but I think we should make it one of our goals is to diversify our economic diversity with more high-tech jobs and other areas besides what we're already well known for in our economics for hospitality and agriculture and the wine business and all the different things we do here now. But I think that was a very valuable item. And I think the continuation of our beautiful city and the way we live with it now and continue as a community, as a diverse, open community to work with everybody to make all of our lives better for all the people who live here, from affordable housing and homeless all the way to every outreach of the city. And I think just briefly on the homeless, I think a lot of people, I want to make sure people understand that we have embraced the homeless very nicely with ECHO, and as part of our goal structure, I think we should talk about is the continuing and accelerated efforts to support ECHO in our efforts to offset the homeless population we have here in Paso Robles. ECHO has the complete set of tools to do so. They're acting very quickly and very well now at Motel 6. We have all the different groups from mental health to addiction and every facet of the mental and physiological capacities to help the homeless. So I think it's really important that in our goal setting that we incorporate the support of ECHO through the support of helping homelessness in our community. And I think I'll hold my comments to that for now. There's quite a bit to talk about, and I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I appreciate the opportunity today to hear a lot of varying input. And, I'll start off by, the word diversity kind of bothers me sometimes because it really, if you look it up in dictionary, it means variety. And then there's all kinds of diversity, age, ethnicity, economic. I mean, without putting another adjective in front of it, it's hard for me to understand sometimes what diversity is meaning from certain people. But on the other hand, I think, Paso is very diverse. We have a lot of opportunity, of course, to improve. But, to me, what I heard was that they want to have a very variety of people and things that are happening in Paso Robles. And that's a goal, I believe, that we should, as council, embrace that, development and improving citizen goals that are what we've heard and what we need to kind of focus on today. I kind of went back and looked at our, 3 years ago, what our housing, our economic vitality, infrastructure, community character, quality of life. Those were things that we talked about 3 years ago. And I think we've made some improvements, definitely on different levels. But moving forward, now that we have had the opportunity to experience a pandemic, we need to, I think ahead in the future. And I'm thinking now of infrastructure with regard to connectivity, the internet, ways people can get to us and we can get to them. I'm going to lean on Dave McHugh and his people and then the private sector to develop, infrastructure. I think that we've already started that discussion, but I think we need at this point in time with what we saw here in the last year to focus pretty heavily on that. I've heard also that, people want to improve our roads more so actually than what they were thinking of police and fire. And I think at this point, I'm going to ask staff about that later. But, with the money beginning to come in probably toward the summer from our new 1 cent sales tax override, that we need to focus on what the goals of the city citizens are looking for. And I'm hearing roads probably more primarily in the beginning. And then, again, this is something we can discuss further, but many things to talk about for goal setting for the next couple of years. And I think I'll leave it right there, Mr. Mayor, for right now.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I'll join in. I heard three things as being repeated a lot. Diversity, including ethnicity and age, brick and mortar cannabis, and let's see, what was the third one? The economy and diversification in that area. And I agree with all of these. Some of these things, in order to actually accomplish them, are going to require action on the part of the region, the state, and the federal government. And that's a real good way to look at why we still need our advocate in Sacramento, and we need advocacy at the federal level as well. A lot of our money for those roads that people want is actually coming from the federal government through the state and the region to us. Some of it by formula, but unfortunately, some of it also is coming by a formula where it goes to the state and the state then sends it out. And there are some efforts at the federal level right now to chop us out of most of that money, which would make it very hard for us to keep up with our roads. So that needs an extra effort so that we can protect the money that we do have coming. It is our money, but frequently they'll send it somewhere else. Now, interesting comment by Councilman Gregory, and that was no way to make a living on the council, and that's true. And unfortunately, that younger people may be able to do this if they are independently wealthy or have either don't spend much time on the council and spend most of their time earning their living, or else we have to have the state finally look at improving what that compensation is, because it was set in 1949, as some of you know. And we've gone a long way since 1949 as to what the cost of living is and how much the dollar is worth. We are cutting out 60% of our population with the amount of compensation currently offered. And when you cut out 60% of your population from being able to even afford to run for council, it's very hard to achieve that diversity in ethnicity and age. These are things that we do have to think about and somehow work toward with the state and the federal government as well. So there's a lot of things we can do. I like the comments about the library as almost as a community center and all the benefits it provides. And also the desire to provide community gathering opportunities. I think that's going to be important. When we get down to the economy, which is something they're interested in, there are other aspects that are collateral to that, such as great internet, which we need if we're going to do economic diversity from Silicon Valley, for instance, and there is some expression of interest on their part in having diverse employees and having remote employees that could live here in Paso Robles and improve our economy, and also fill up the sandbox, among other things, or work out of their homes. But also there's a desire on them to have better transportation alternatives. So again, that's where the state and federal government, and as well as the regional government, come in, because we need better rail, we need better connectivity to the Bay Area and down to the LA area. I believe that high-speed rail is still 20 to 30 years away because of the costs and all the bureaucracy, but there is a chance for that route to go right along the coast and connect the north with the south. And that's being worked on by other agencies. But we can, as a council, what we can do is assist those efforts and encourage them. So I think a lot of this is going to involve our involvement with our neighbors, with our region, and with other elements of government in order to achieve our local goals. And good local goals, though, a lot of them. That's about it for me right now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First thing I want to say is I was very excited to hear that we had at least 50 people that participated. And as you said, Mayor, then we don't know how many more were on the YouTube Live, which is great. When I was on my break, I did reach out to some people on social media, and they were excited that they were watching it on the YouTube Live. So that is good news. One thing I really heard a lot, like Mr. Hammond was saying, was that word diversity. Kind of in every team, there was 9 different teams, and that word was brought up, I think, on every group. But I think diversity could be portrayed as different positive ways or negative ways. To me, ever since I moved here to Paso Robles, I have been working on a word for myself to help me, is unity, is a word that I have been working on. And I feel that this community is a very unified community. And we just need to keep focusing on that. And each one of us on the council is on different groups, different Rotary groups, different personal groups. And I think if we start there, with our leadership, getting the younger generation involved there, making them, I think they want to get involved. They just don't know how. And we can start there, is what I'm saying, is we got to start at the root and teach them how to be a board member in our local groups, and then work them up to community service, and then eventually to our city groups. I know that each one of us is welcoming to everyone. And I know that last year and this year, when we do our panel interviews, we have seen younger people applying for planning commission and airport commission. And that right there tells me that they do want to get involved. So that is a plus. I know that sometimes we don't let the community know that there is a lot of young people applying for these positions, and that is great. Maybe we should actually voice that out to the community. Another thing that I heard was the post pandemic. How are we going to help? How are we as a city going to help the businesses after COVID-19? So I think I really want to hear how we're going to do that for our businesses in the area. And then I heard a lot about the homelessness. I know that we have a great start, a great partnership, but I do want to extend that as part of our goals. And then I think I already touched on leadership in our community. So I do want to give a great shout out to Shauna. She has really been out there in the community doing her partnership and engagement with all the groups. And I just think that maybe as part of our goal setting, since that is what a lot of the teams talked about, I think we need to give maybe Shauna some more help and kind of make her role a little bit bigger and see how she can take it to the next level. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. For myself, I spent the morning trying very hard to listen to the conversation that we were having with people who were part of the interactive workshop this morning. Particularly interesting to hear all the feedback from the different breakout groups. And whenever you go into a meeting like this, you wonder, is this going to be a situation where things are kind of all over the board, it's not focused? But I was very pleased to hear the common themes that came out of each one of the breakout sessions. That shows a great deal of commonality of interests in the people who are participating in this process of visioning and goal setting. And that's very encouraging. Whenever we do this goal setting thing, I always go back to the definition of quality of life. We often talk about the quality of life in Paso Robles. And actually in our general plan, we have a definition of quality life that was set back in the late 1980s. And that is quality of life is defined as a city where people can live, work, and shop. And from what I've heard today, we need to add one more word to that definition, and that definition is diversity. And I agree with Councilman Hammond. There are many different types of diversity that people spoke about today, and it's important that we all pay attention to each one of those types. I tried to, as I made notes on all the things that everybody said, I tried to sort of sift things down into different stacks, if you will, common stacks. And if we could look at diversity as one of the definitions of the word diversity as opportunity, then the people that are talking to us today are talking about more opportunities in areas like economic development, education, health, housing. Those are very important to the people that we've heard from today. I also want to underscore what Councilman Hammond and Councilman Gregory have said about J20 funds. They made certain assurances when we went to the public for these funds, and I almost see the J20 funds as being a goal unto itself, because we talked about using those funds for public safety, for street improvements, et cetera. So I think it's kind of a separate category we're talking about there. So as we go forward in our conversations and for public comment, I'm going to be looking at these broad areas that I heard coming out of our focus groups this morning: opportunities in economic development, education, health, and housing. So that's what I'm looking forward to. With that, we do come to the time now for public comment. We invite people to call in with their comments on the visioning and goal setting process. That number once again is 805-865-7276. We're here to hear what you have to say. And right now I have one person in queue, and that is Mr. Chris Toronto. Chris, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. So, hello, members of the City Council. Chris Toronto with Rec Foundation. I'm the chairman of Rec Foundation. And my comments today actually is just simply to remind the council that Rec Foundation is dedicated to working with recreation services and creating enhanced programs and places and open spaces for quality recreational experiences in Paso. Most recently, you've seen some of our accomplishments in the new upper playground up at Barney Schwartz Park, and where we worked very closely with the city to make that happen. Into the future, we'll continue to work with recreation services and the very popular Concerts in the Park series once we can get back to large gatherings. Also in the future includes creating new and enhanced experiences with Larry Moore Park and how it connects with the river corridor, the Salinas River Corridor. We believe that by creating new opportunities for our fellow Roblins, visitors to the parks and trails, we can create safer environments, and by encouraging usage, we encourage more responsible usage as well and reduce an environment that maybe enhances misuse and vandalism. And so by working closely with you guys, we're hoping that that does become a reality. We're also looking to create new opportunities at Barney Schwartz Park with a new pump track. And by working with recreation services, we know that we're helping to enhance that quality of life for everyone in Paso Robles. The Rec Foundation is made up of a 9-member board of directors who are dedicated to our mission, but we know that the quality of life is important to many in the city, as evidenced by that poll earlier and from much of what came out of the breakout sessions. There are a lot of advocates, of course, for a better quality of life in our city, and we hope that you continue to support all efforts that enhance and elevate our collective quality of life in the city, to live, work, shop, and play in a diverse environment. I believe the future is bright as we continue to all work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and thanks to the Rec Foundation for all they do for our community. It's really quite significant. I have no one else in queue. Does city staff see anyone waiting in queue to make public comment?
No, sir, we have no one else in queue.
If that's the case, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council, and turn it back over to Nancy for the next phase of our conversation.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of council, and thank you for providing your reflections and thoughts about this morning. I wanted to do just a little bit of an overview about the process. I'm going to unshare for a moment here because I wanted to point us to, let's see here, do two things at once, to how Leslie is recording the work that we're doing. So you can see her busily at work there. She's going to be capturing and recording the discussion. And she's got all sorts of cool artistic tools to be able to modify, adapt, address the topics that emerged today. And so I do want to just take one quick opportunity just to give you.
Excuse me, Nancy, I'm going to have to break in. Okay. We have a couple of latecomers for public comment, and I don't want anybody to be left out of the conversation. So if I could put you on hold for just a moment, I'd appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay.
Yep.
So I do now have 2 people waiting for public comment. I will ask again, if you're intending to speak, now is the time to call 805-865-7276. We don't want to leave anyone out of the conversation that wants to have something to say. The next person who was called in is Sandra Matthias. Sandra, are you with us? 865-7276. We don't want to leave anyone out of the conversation that wants to. Sandra? Next person who was called.
Yes.
Sandra Matthias. You're on.
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're waiting for your comments.
My comment is my concern about the plans for public safety. Yes, I am. My concern is about the plans.
I think if you turn down your other station, you're watching on YouTube, that you'll be able to make it work better.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes,
okay.
go ahead.
What my concern is, I live in Sierra Bonita Village, and we're near Sherwood Park and over by Niblick, and neighbors and I are concerned about what seems to be an uptick in gang activity I realize most of it's gang on gang, but there are concerns, and we wonder if there are plans in the future for safety factors also in the Hispanic community.
Okay, so this is for our visioning and workshop today. Do you have a suggestion about what should be done that we can add to the list?
My suggestion is that there is a group that directly addresses gang activity issues, both Sereno, Norteño, and white supremacists.
Okay, so you would
So
add.
I would suggest a committee.
Okay, very good. Then we'll add that to the list of things to be discussed when we get to our brainstorming with the council. Anything else?
No, that's it. And thank you for everything all of you do.
Thank you for calling. Next up on our list, we have Stacy Jacob. Stacy, are you with us?
So much for.
Stacy.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Stacey Jacob calling on behalf of Travel Paso. Thank you for setting up this session today and going through this really elaborate exercise. It's actually really great to see the key pieces coming into place. We've talked a lot about tourism. I know you guys all understand and recognize the importance of tourism. And I just wanted to ensure that as we go through today's process, as I was looking at your past goals, listening to the collaborative sessions this morning, it reminded me that tourism really dovetails into several of your various buckets that you're looking at. We all know that tourism is an economic driver for our community. Never more important has it been in times of crisis, because we do know, as we saw with the unfortunately, the recession of 2008, as well as now the COVID recovery, we do see that tourism is one of the first things to go in and to go out of these kinds of economic crises. But in our community, tourism is so closely aligned with other industry sectors, and it truly does help us create this quality of life that I know has been brought up multiple times. And I wanted us to look at and recognize that as we are looking for additional economic drivers to diversify our economy, let's not lose sight of this really unique, diversified aspect of tourism, because it so strongly supports the agricultural community, which is the wine industry, obviously, for us, but it also so supports our quality of life here. And so it's really connected on multiple levels. And I just wanted to bring that into the conversation today, because tourism creates a lifestyle that other businesses will truly be attracted to as we are aligning our goals, of course, of infrastructure and public safety, which of course, TOT tax that tourism helps generate helps to create that. So it really is a multi-aspect industry that I just want to make sure is forefront and really at the center of our conversation as we align goals and priorities.
Very good. We thank you for the input.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Next, I have Christopher Blicka. Christopher, are you with us?
Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members, for allowing for this opportunity to help contribute to what the forward vision for the city is. I just wanted to second some of the comments that I'd already heard earlier in the first part of the meeting today, and as I already heard someone mentioned on the council about the importance of the library as it relates to community involvement. And I can also think of a few other things that the library can really be a big part of as it relates to things along the lines of economic revitalization. It's a great place not just for learning, but also for networking, for collaborative ventures. And it's a great place for learning about other services that the city offers as well. It's a central location, not just from a geographical standpoint, but also just from a conceptual standpoint. And I wanted to emphasize and kind of just reiterate the importance of, considering the role that the city library plays in bringing together a community and keeping the community involvement high, that sort of thing. But I wanted to say thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about these things. And looking forward to seeing how things continue moving on.
Great. Thanks for calling and thanks for being a part of the discussion this morning. Up next,
thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Gina Fitzpatrick. Good morning or good afternoon, Gina.
Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for being here today to help us as we look forward at what's ahead. We know that this COVID pandemic has been very challenging for everybody, and I appreciate that the council has decided to place this as an absolute priority before the budget is set. That said, I just essentially want to second everything that Stacey Jacob made in her comments regarding tourism and our economy in general. We've all talked about over the years the need to diversify the economy, which will happen. But in the meantime, tourism does play such an essential role. And with that, I'd just like to make the comment that I hope today you'll take into consideration the need for the community-based organizations that truly do serve our community as well as our visitors. So Travel Paso, the Wine Alliance, the Downtown Association, and of course the Visitor Center through the Chamber of Commerce, I believe are all an essential piece to this puzzle. Having the city support, both monetarily and through in-kind partnerships, is absolutely essential for these organizations to move forward. And we all know that we'll need to work together as we come out of this pandemic and into the future as we continue to make Paso a place where we all love to live, work, and play. So those are my comments. And again, I just thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next, we have Dana Stroud. Dana, are you with us?
Mr. Mayor. I am, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you to the City Council for organizing today's public workshop. We appreciated participating in it 3 years ago, and obviously on the heels of a pandemic, it's extremely important to consider reassessing where we're headed and the opportunities in front of us. This afternoon, I would like to hone in on one piece or one stack, Mr. Mayor, as you referred to it, and that is specific to our education. As a recently appointed trustee to the Cuesta College Board of Trustees, I would just like to remind us that we sit here in the North County, particularly in Paso Robles, with an educational institution that is poised to be a significant partner with the city and other partners in the community towards recovery, workforce development, continuing education opportunities. And I would encourage you as a council to consider how that partnership can continue to grow and perhaps expand as you look at opportunities for recovery. Second to the education, with Cuesta, I would encourage us to consider what the relationship is with our local school district. We recognize that the city does not have any jurisdiction over the school district. However, decisions that you make directly influence what happens at the school and vice versa. And I would hope that as you move forward, you are paying attention to what's happening at the school district and understanding where appropriate to engage with decisions that are being made at the school district, but more importantly, consider where to partner on decision making and where there may be some shared resources or shared opportunities to pursue. The high school, elementary school, junior high, that's our future in this community. Those kids are going to go off to great things, but hopefully we're creating opportunities for them to return to Paso Robles and be able to work in the community that they grew up in. And I think it's extremely important that we as a community and as a city, we pay attention to what's happening with our school district and figure out ways to better engage. So I appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that you had education as a stack to consider, and look forward to future considerations and conversations with you on this topic. And last but not least, I have to echo the need for investment in partnerships relative to our broadband internet connectivity and the need for increased capacity. I would encourage us to consider how we can better engage with leaders on this to ensure that we provide our underserved communities as well as our overall community with high-speed internet capacity as needed for recovery and for business development opportunities. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and thank you for hosting this workshop.
Thank you for calling in and participating, Dana. And next we have Desiree Harris. Desiree, are you with us?
Good morning, council members, and thank you for your time today. And I really appreciate the time that you guys took this morning to
to provide the space for the community to engage and to feel like active participants in the future of Paso. And I just want to touch base on a couple of things a little bit further that I had written down based off of this morning's meeting. The first being that to remember to focus on the people over just any specific industry. It's really the people that make up our community. Over and over again, we continue to hear that it's the community that is one of the most valued and treasured parts of Paso Robles. And so even after the tourist leaves, we're just left with each other. So I do think it's important to listen to the voices of those people and to also focus on, you know, the diversification of the industries that we're assisting and encouraging and recruiting to be in this area. The second thing was I was kind of saddened to see that affordable housing was a little bit lower on the list. But I think there's a part of affordable housing that we also need to remember, which is that there's working class housing. There's a lot of working class members in this community who struggle because they don't meet the income requirement for affordable housing. And so they're just barely making it and often having to travel and live outside of city lines and then come in. And then the third one, which is a huge one as we see an aging population, but not just that, as we see people being able to be diagnosed with different medical conditions, is the need to recruit and retain healthcare professionals. It is so huge, and it's such a struggle for people to find healthcare professionals in this area. So I highly encourage the city to think about that and how to really create a space that allows healthcare providers to want to come in and to serve our community. And so once again, thank you for taking the time with me this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation and for your call. We do appreciate it. I have no one else on the list. 805-865-7276. Going once. Going twice. Going for the third time. And we are closing public comment. Thank you all for calling in. I'm glad we were able to get your calls in and your suggestions and your thoughts recorded. So now, Nancy, you can take yourself off pause and continue where you left off.
All right, that sounds terrific. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the slide deck again. And one of the many fabulous things about your community is the degree of active participation and involvement. I appreciate the involvement this morning, as well as those that called in under public comment to share their perspectives. So a little bit of a process overview of what I'm going to propose to council for the goal setting portion of our day together. I will point out that you can see Leslie, who will turn around and wave right now if she can hear me. I'm not sure if you can. There, I was going to pull up the results from this morning to show you, but in the interest of time, we can pull that up later to share if you'd like to look. She captured the topics, the small group breakout discussion, and a lot of really nice content that will help to provide that foundation going forward. So these will all be available and coming back to the city as a part of the final deliverable. So she's taking comments. You can see it in the treetops. She was capturing those ideas that were identified during the council reflection, those things that stood out that you want to focus on. So we have those recorded, and they began on Post-it notes, and they have been translated and transferred into the leaves and the branches of the tree. So for purposes of process, I'm going to just begin, and we can do this very quickly because I want to be careful about time and make sure that we have adequate space for the goal setting discussion in particular. I'm hoping that this will advance. Let's see here. There we go. So we talked this morning about the accomplishments from the last 3 years, which was really, I think, productive to take a look back in these categories that were the focus areas for the last 3 years. I wanted to just offer an opportunity for council members, if you wanted to share something that you're particularly proud of in those last 3 years, just to kind of get ourselves grounded and centered on where we are and where we're going to be going. So for a question for council members, one thing just that you're particularly proud of that you'd like to share.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start at the top of the list again, Mr. Gregory.
Well, there's so much to be proud of because of our community, but I'm going to I'm going to mention the airport, getting all the infrastructure done, Dry Creek Road repaved, Jardine Road repaved. I think that was an incredible improvement to one of our best assets.
Great. Okay, and you're right. I mean, it's hard to pick sometimes, but just kind of what you're most proud of. So airport upgrade, perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Hammond?
I would say housing. We've approved quite a lot of homes on the east side. That was our major goal for improving housing opportunities and keeping our cost of housing down in some manner. But I think that would be the most outstanding on the previous goal.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
I'm going to agree with John. Since I sit on SLOCOG, and we're the ones who actually set the RENA numbers after the state has given them of the region. I'm so proud of Paso Robles being the only city in the entire region that met its RENA numbers at all. And we are the only one that met the low income numbers. The only area we didn't quite make it to in the last session was high income. But that hasn't seemed to be a problem. But we did address workforce housing. We did address low income housing. So we've met the full spectrum for our population and all of our diverse elements of our population. And that's important that we remember that workforce includes those workers in the tourism industry. Because tourism was the reason this city was created in the 1800s. It was for the hot springs and the mud baths originally. And then agriculture came in and became the focus. And currently it's still agriculture as our main focus. But we do need to diversify, which is something we're concentrating on. But I'm proud of this, mostly the housing we accomplished so that we can move forward to these other goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to go with the community engagement. I really think that Shauna and the rest of the partnership groups have really come together, even during this COVID-19, the way the library and the rec center and everybody kind of pitched in as a team and got information out for people to wear their masks, be safe, COVID-19 information. I would have to say I'm really proud of our whole staff and community outreach so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I certainly second every one of those suggestions and so many others that we get put on the list. But I go back to basic needs, and I have to say that I am so happy that the city of Paso Robles over the last few years has secured multiple sources of water for its citizens. When the rest of the state is such a problem with that resource, we've managed to secure that for our citizens, and not just for the citizens that live here today, but the citizens that will be living here through our build-out level. So,
excellent. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for providing that. I think that is just a reminder of where your journey and what you've been able to work on and accomplish, and it really begins the foundation for what we're talking about today. So I'm going to remind everybody, and for those that are joining us that were unable to join us this morning, these are the survey results from the community survey that we conducted late January, early February. So this is just a reminder of how that was reflected in terms of priority. Again, at the high end, the most strongly rated was economic recovery coming out of COVID. And so the urgency of that really came through in the survey results and in the comments. The comments also reflected those additional COVID impacts on mental health and other elements. And so those were in the comments related to that. So COVID recovery, and then we saw road repair and maintenance coming in a close second. So really focusing and reflecting on what Councilmember Hammond was mentioning about the priority placed on that. So they fall from there. For the process of today, here is what I'm going to propose. So in light of, reflecting on the community survey, as well as the input that I received during individual interviews that I was able to conduct with each member of the council, I have set up some proposed focus areas that we can talk about, refine, tweak. It's really a jumping off point to help frame the conversation. We will modify it to the degree in whatever way you want. And then what are the specific priorities or actions that you'd like to see within that? Keep in mind that the focus areas and the priorities are intended to support the city's work over the course of the next couple of years. So obviously keeping the long term in view, but establishing priorities for the next 2 years. So with that, let me show you, and we might tweak it, what I started with. And we may want to make some changes here. So proposed focus areas, let me go through these and then I will share what I was hearing in the comments and we'll have some discussion on this. Again, we'll look at these in more detail after we have kind of walked and approved the areas of focus. So we have 6. So some are similar to what was developed last time, some are different based on the priorities we heard through the survey and interviews. So the first proposed area, and again, we might want to zoom this out, is really around that economic recovery and reflecting on that as a high priority for the community. Now, I've heard a lot this morning and then even in the reflection comments from council around economic vitality generally. So certainly we could make that a broader category and have the COVID-related economic recovery as a part of that. So that's something we can talk about. But that's the first area I have. The second area is infrastructure. This includes roads, the road maintenance and repair, as well as the ongoing traffic and transportation projects that are either on the way or planned, including bridge reconstruction, some major roads, that sort of thing, and also internet connectivity as an infrastructure foundation. So those topics would reside within that focus area. The next category is probably a little bit more self-explanatory, and that's public safety, both police and fire. We can talk about what that might mean. As you may recall, during our conversation in 2018, public safety was considered part of the community character and quality of life focus area. Because of the priority placed on public safety coming through the J20 approval and also through the survey results, I'm suggesting that might be a bucket you would like to consider on its own. That will be for you to decide. The next proposed focus area is housing and homelessness. Through the survey and through conversations this morning, we heard a lot specifically on homelessness, but also around affordable housing. And so the spectrum of how to ensure there is the ability for people to be housed regardless of their current circumstances. And so getting people housed and then all the way through affordable housing opportunities. The next focus area proposed is quality of life amenities and programs. And so within this, we have your recreation and library programs. We have other quality of life, the library master plan, for example. So those quality of life amenities and programs, that's a place that we can talk about that, community gathering as a part of that perhaps. And then the last proposed area is on governance and community partnerships. So this includes community engagement, building leadership, diverse and broader leadership, as well as maintaining the deliberate nature of governance in terms of transparency and fiscal responsibility. And so it kind of incorporates those different dimensions. And so that is a proposed jumping off point. It certainly can be modified. This is not intended to be prescriptive, but it's what I was hearing and observing through the conversations that we had and through the survey results. So I might start with just a pause for comment on that, and then we can go through each of these areas and we can revise, we can update, and if we're missing something, we will add it. So maybe I'll just first off by taking comments.
So I just want to make sure I understand, assuming for the purpose of discussion, we're going to retain these headings as we move forward. As we go through the council, do you want specific project ideas? Do you want general goal suggestions? What kind of feedback should we be giving right now?
Thank you. Great question. And it might help if I give you a preview of the next slide. I would like to offer the suggestion for purposes of today that we try to keep the conversation sort of at the 20,000 foot, 30,000 foot level, with an understanding that specific budget recommendations, work plan recommendations will come forward as a result of these broad strategies that the council decides are important today. So kind of keeping it at the high level would be my recommendation for this rather than in the weeds. Otherwise, we might be here until 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So we want to set policy direction here. And let me give you an example. And you guys might decide to change the wording and the structure. So keep that in mind. And that's obviously your decision. So this first proposed area was the community health and economic recovery. So you can see we have some of these broad strategies that have been identified, supporting local businesses. In terms of the health side, there's partnering with the county for mental health services. That's the role the county serves for the city, but really to address some of those concerns around isolation. Also around compliance on public health guidance, encouraging that through education and messaging. And then this last one, you might want to reframe, but promoting Paso. This is the long view, right? Promoting the city as a destination for the remote economy. So diversifying the businesses in the community and really attracting those businesses, large and small, that support that remote work economy. So, and I'm sure there'll be other topics you would want to include, but this is an example of the level that I'm suggesting. So.
Okay, so can we go back to the previous slide? Let's have the council weigh in on if they're, okay, so Mr. Gregory, is this outline good for you for discussion purposes?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, John?
I'm fine with it.
And Fred?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. And Maria?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're all on the same track. Let's proceed.
Okay, terrific. Then we're going to start off with community health and economic recovery. I just went through the list of potential priorities that I heard about and emerged through the survey. And so I would like some comments or reaction if there's anything missing or wording that you would prefer to be represented in a different way.
Very good. So let's start with Mr. Gregory.
All right. So I'd like to, the community health and economic recovery from COVID to me is an interim goal to get us back to our normalcy. And I want to make sure that whatever we integrate or talk about getting us back to recovery and back to normal goes back into our normal goals as a city, like promoting tourism, diversity of economics, and everything else. So all of these items in this community health and economic recovery, I think, need to focus on a 20,000-foot view for the next 5 years of economic recovery, seeing that the first part of that's getting through COVID and getting all our businesses back on track. And otherwise, I'm okay with that.
So would you want to add something specifically around diversifying the economy, specifically thinking of that as a longer term strategy you want to keep in view?
Yeah, I think that diversity and continuing to seek diversity of our economy, I think that's really important. And I think you're going to see that as a result of COVID.
Right.
Actually, we've learned how to deal with things a little differently now. But I think continuing seeking diversity of our economy should be a lifetime goal of our city. And I think it's one of the most prominent goals that we have, in my opinion. So.
Okay, so we can add that as a bullet to continue to seek diversification of the economy or something along those lines.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as an opening statement, I think I need to throw this out. And I think we all know this is, my colleagues here, that the city can't be all things for all solutions. That's very, very important to understand that, we also have to run a city and provide services. What we really need to do here is open opportunities with partnering. In other words, people, Rec Foundation, Chamber, Library, Travel Paso, Main Street, Echo, all those groups, service organizations, churches, schools, Wine Country Alliance, those folks right there, I believe, are how we really need to embrace as a leadership group to make things change and happen for the better in Paso Robles, because it's like a kid in a candy store. You look around, you see all these things we want to have and want to do, but we only have 25 cents in our pocket. So I think that's, kind of a position check, so to speak, of where we are. But where we can partner, where we can engage, where we can get people to work together with us as a city organization to further all these beautiful things that we're talking about here. It's really important that we as a council embrace that. And again, we only have limited funds, and all it takes is money. Usually it's the bottom line that we've said so many times before. But moving forward, again, these are all really good ideas, and don't want them to let them go away. But I think that's just a reality check at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That almost sounds like a principle that guides this, right? To keep that in mind, engaging partners to achieve recovery. That's an important observation. And as this translates into a work plan and what that looks like, it's important for staff in the community to hear that message, to seek partnership, to work together.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think the first three here are really short-term goals, because what we're seeking is herd immunity. And as soon as we have enough vaccines out there, we're going to achieve that. In the meantime, we have to make sure that the local businesses don't fail. We're already doing that, so continue the programs we currently have to support the local businesses that we can, and that we have some help from the federal and state government to fund. Because obviously we don't have a lot of great money that we can give to our private industries. But we do have COVID money coming in. We do have other funds coming in that can be used for that purpose, and we should use those to the best extent we can. And also try to publicize any other mechanisms that those people have available to them to sustain themselves and get help from the state and federal government, because there are programs out there that they can seek as well. That's a matter of not, well, it is economic recovery, but it's economic recovery toward our ability to communicate with the public. Thank you, Shauna, for all you do, because she's been great in that respect. Now, the last one, promote Paso Robles as the destination for the remote economy. We're already doing a lot of that. We've got to keep working with the SLOCOG. We've got to keep working with the League of Cities. We've got to continue working with the National League of Cities, because those people are helping us get the resources we need in order to make this happen. So our involvement there is very important in order to implement this. We don't have the resources to do it on our own, but they do. And let's keep that influence and keep that going. So on this slide, that's about what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Garcia.
Yes, sir. I agree with a lot of the issues that my colleagues have said. When I look at the top where it says community health and economic recovery long-term, what I would like is sort of a resource hotline. We have all these resources out there, but I think the community sometimes doesn't know where to get it. And I know that we have Dave and the IT group for our city have been working great at polishing our website. But I think if there's also a way, I know that Shauna, individually talks to a lot of stakeholders, but what I feel sometimes in our community is that a lot of our groups are duplicating things. And if we could have a resource to where if one group's already doing something, can we put those groups together and make it stronger instead of people duplicating resources for the community? So I would like to see long-term some kind of place where we as council or we as city leaders can just send the community to one place and they can find the resource that they need. So I know I have been sending a lot of people to our website, but if we can promote that in a bigger sense to where the city gets, the city website gets more engagement with resources. That's what I have, sir.
Thank you. For me, I'm kind of re-indexing my thoughts from my stacks and your stacks here. First of all, I agree. I think someone else said it already. I think we have a subset here. The COVID-19 recovery hopefully is a 10,000 foot level strategy we're talking about, not a 20,000, because we want to get out of that. And so I think that's kind of a little bit just a little bit different than community health. I think that's going to be a different strategy unto itself. Beyond that, in addition to the comments that my colleagues have made, I would tweak just a couple. First of all, I want to underscore the need for supporting our local business, obviously. We're known as a tourism area. We're known as a vacation area. That's great. It's served us well over the decades. It needs to continue. It needs to continue to grow. But I think, again, what we've heard time and time again this morning is diversification, diversification, diversification. We need to find new components of our economy, including new modes of moving retail goods, and including new retail goods that are marketed in the city that haven't been marketed before. So I want to underscore that. In the health area, I heard this morning a couple of people referring to some medical needs that we usually don't get involved with. You know, we need such and such a specialist in this area, but we don't have one. Or we need more doctors of this type, or I need more facilities of this type. And while it's easy to say, well, you know, that's not the city's job, we don't do that. I think what we're hearing from our people today is they want us to engage in that conversation. So I think that we ought to reach out and have a liaison relationship with not just county mental health and county public health, but with the for-profit and nonprofit hospitals and health clinics, so that they can get our feedback from our public on what the community need is, and we can get feedback from them on what is required to make this a more desirable place for those resources to locate. We need more conversation between our city and the medical resources that serve our citizens. So that would be my additions.
Okay. So the partnership conversation with local healthcare providers to make sure that you're working in the same direction. Very helpful, and I very much appreciate the observation, which is exactly on point, that this of the 6 kind of focus areas is by far the most near term. And that was really intended as a reflection of that community survey result where that was such a high need. I think that adding into the set, and Leslie's capturing this for us graphically, but capturing that long-term focus on diversification and maintaining the efforts that have been pursued, and adding in, you know, making sure that the resources are clear and available. Those are nice additions to this section. So you don't lose sight of the long picture, but I think it sends a message to the community that we heard you. COVID recovery is going to take some time and energy and effort through partnership and working with others. And so this is terrific. I appreciate the comments. I should just remind, if I didn't mention previously, that we're taking all these copious notes, so you'll have an opportunity to have fresh eyes on this after we conclude this workshop portion. So you can kind of confirm that, yes, you're comfortable with the final set of priorities and focus areas that we've established. So, all right. Any other comments on this area? Great.
Not for me.
Go to the next one then. Infrastructure. So here you can see infrastructure includes citywide road quality improvements, which is something that was part of the messaging, as I understand it, for J20, and we heard it loud and clear through the survey. Also completing traffic and transportation improvements that are in your CIP, underway and or planned, including Niblick Road, Preston Road, also the bridges, the crossovers, continuing and completing those. And then we heard loud and clear this morning, and we heard through the survey as well, the need and desire for the long run to expand internet access and ensure that the broadband resources are available for those who want to relocate or already live in Paso and need reliable internet connection. And so that's our jumping off point. Comments, reaction, thoughts?
Thank you. So let's give someone else a chance to start first. Mr. Strong.
Thank you. You caught me unprepared. All right. The one comment I can make on this is money, money, money. That's what all of this takes. This is going to take money. Now, the whole council is not aware, the mayor is aware, that we are working behind the scenes right now with a major private corporation to provide the money and actually some of these very improvements that we're looking at. We can't make it public yet until we have concluded negotiations with that company. So we're moving in that direction already. And I think the council already has all of this as just our normal operational thing. We're trying to improve the roads. That's going to take money. Our biggest threat on that is the federal government right now on a proposal to change our designation so we are no longer a metropolitan area. If that happens, it's going to reduce the amount of money we're going to receive. So that we have to guard against. The Ware Creek and Vine Street bridges, those are going to be local projects, unfortunately. And I don't think we have any money coming for Vine Street now. So we're going to have to come up with that either through the private sector or through how we use some of the money we do get. It's a very important thing that has to happen in order to build that whole area of the city and complete the infrastructure through that area of the city. That one's a very important one. But again, I don't consider, well, maybe that is in the 3-year range. So to that extent, yes, it would be a priority. Internet access, we're working on that in every way we possibly can. We're already doing massive things in that direction. Again, we're enablers. We don't actually do it. The private sector does it, but we enable it. And I believe we're already moving in that direction. The traffic and transportation improvements, well, I've already addressed those in many ways. We've got all kinds of people working on that. And then again, it's just money, money, money. So as many of you know, I already sit on the infrastructure committee for the state of California through the League of Cities. And I continue to work in that respect. So we'll just keep at it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. As far as the infrastructure, I would like to revisit maybe the transportation. You know, we talk about partnerships with the school, and I think I've been attending some of their meetings or listening to their meetings, and they're talking about not having school transportation or buses, and the way they're shifting schools. So I would like to revisit and have conversations with maybe the school district, how they're going to, how we're going to figure out the traffic is going to be a big issue. So I believe we should add partnership with the schools, with Cuesta and with our school district, you know, the whole complete transportation part of that.
So
that's all I have.
Clarifying question. So that's the partnership really to work through the traffic implications?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All finished, Maria?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
You're not going to get Mr. Hammond first?
Well, I'm just picking him out of the hat now.
That's fine. So, yeah, so as far as, I think this is a good place to mention our half-cent supplemental sales tax and maybe eventually into the J20 funds later on after we improve our police and fire departments to where they need to be. But I think it's important to mention that. And we continue to work on our traffic plan and all the infrastructure that needs to be done as we can go along. I think one of the goals should be to continue to pursue grants, as well as Adidas has done for us. We should continue that in every way we can. And of course, marshal everything we can out of Fred Strong's efforts, where he's communicating on a regular basis with SLOCOG and the other state and federal groups. And I think that's, like Fred said, this is money. Also, the internet expansion, I think that we're going well down that road right now, but continue to bring a wider band to our community and a better internet access for all the commercial users. And like we started out with Digital West, and wherever we go from there, I think we should continue to focus on that goal till we're at the top notch of our internet capacity and be competitive with other cities. Because if we're going to bring people here with internet capabilities and their businesses here, especially on a larger scale, we need a larger pipeline. So I think that's one of the higher priorities for me. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond, and I promise next time you get to go first.
We're all going to be heard, Steve, no problem. No, I personally on the infrastructure here really got to push the J20 enhancement of road improvement. and especially again on the west side. West side roads are so impacted, and they're so far down on the list where we are currently with our half-cent monies. But that would be, I think, a priority at this point. But working very, very closely with Ty and Jonathan, police and fire. Do not want to interrupt their plans for expansion. But if they don't need the money currently, I think what we should focus on is showing the public that we are making road improvements. That is the more fast way of let the public see their tax dollars being used. They're going to understand that, we're following our promise. And again, finishing Crescent Road on the east side. I think at this point we have enough money to regrind and continue what we had originally started up on without doing the full expansion that we had planned. We just really don't have the money at this point. And also the dog bone, the Union Road and Golden Hill area right there. That is going to be a priority to have Station 3 coming up. We need to plan for that, have that infrastructure in place when the station gets built. Without that, I think it's going to be a major problem getting emergency equipment through that intersection. And then the other half of this is the broadband. I mentioned it earlier that we've got to improve our broadband throughout the city. Speed, connectivity, everything about that. I think it's going to be the wave of the future with regard to keeping people safe during pandemics. And I expect to have another one ever. But on the other half of it is that it also enhances the economic opportunities and everything about what online bring. That is something I think we need to continue. I know we've spoken with private industry about partnering with them to put the infrastructure in, but I think we need to accelerate that where we can. Again, I mentioned Dave McHugh's staff. Those people need to, I think, speak up and show where we can maybe put some effort in improving connectivity. So infrastructure, streets, and broadband are my two. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm going to go back to the separation that I had in my original thoughts of the J20 funds and other projects. And improving road quality is something that obviously came up very high in our community survey. It was the backbone, or at least one of the vertebrae, of getting J20 passed. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding among our constituents that these resources are being used to improve our road quality. I don't want that to happen. That is important. That being said, I echo Mr. Hammond's comments regarding internet accessibility. My personal feeling is that in addition to business applications, municipal operations would also benefit. I think that high-speed internet has to be made available to all our neighborhoods. If we're going to be having companies come here that are allowing their workers in different industries than we support right now work from their homes, they are going to have to be able to video conference. They're going to have to be able to move large amounts of data. And if they're going to work from a home office, they're going to have that accessibility at their homes. I don't think there are very many investments we can make in the future of Paso Robles that have such a big payoff as broadband accessibility for the entire city. So I think it's very important.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
May I ask them to look at bring the bar chart back to us so I could just make a comment?
That's a great idea. Can we see that bar chart with the survey results again?
Oopsie, too far. Yes. While you're looking at that, I'll just take this opportunity to make the comment. I appreciate the conversation. This is great. That we're framing these broad priorities. Some of them are short-term in application. Some are very long-term in application. What is I think being proposed here is that we want to keep certain priorities on the radar and make progress in those areas. And some of them are ongoing. Some of them are new. And also with respect to the J20 funding versus the general fund more broadly, when the city staff brings forward the budget, I'm sure that will be presented to you in such a way that you'll see both of those. For purposes of this conversation, at least we were trying to commingle them, not to distract from the priority place from the J20, but just to not focus so much on the funding source and more about the priorities and topics. So
my comment on the bar chart, Nancy, thank you for those comments. If you combine fire and police and stack them on top of each other, they move right behind COVID as a priority. So I think that says a lot. I think those two could be combined as the COVID recovery is number one. Police and fire would be number two, and the road maintenance be right there. So that was my commentary, because police and fire, you put those two together, they're going to be a little more in demand than just the road by itself. So I just want
I think our constituents combine those in their minds when we talk about public safety, and rightly so.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what I was going to say. What you're saying is public safety is number two.
Right.
And that includes both of those.
That's a helpful observation. Just a reminder on the methodology for this survey. We asked respondents to select their top 3 priorities. So they didn't have a chance to scale everything. It was just their top 3. And then we were able to calculate the scaling. So that's a helpful observation, which brings us to our next focus area, if we'd like to move to that one.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we are going to now talk about, too fast. Public safety. When I heard this in the interviews and I saw it on the survey results as well, public safety is a high priority, which is why we had suggested this ought to be its own focus area, as opposed to just one of the attributes for quality of life. So on this one, you'll see, in light of the kind of thinking through the short term and the longer term, we tried to communicate that through the first 2 bullets. So within the near term, design and build phase 1 of the Union Road Public Safety Facility. So that complex and preparing it for the future facilities. Bullet 2 is to complete the design of the police substation and fire station 3. In the out years, you would move to build, right? So that would be the progression. So both of those relate to that complex of public safety facilities. The third bullet is ongoing, but because it's public facing and something that people probably care about, we've included, and that's completing the 911 system upgrade. That's underway, and so that will be an accomplishment in the next term. And then the last one, which again, all of these take money, but as you're deliberating around your choices for the budget, one of the things we also heard was just an increase in public safety staffing. So as you're looking at the new fire station and as you're looking at police staffing, that was something that through J20 was on top of mind for some folks.
Very good. So let's start with council comments on Mr. Hammond.
I'll tie that back into what I said earlier with regard to where we're going to be able to expand our support for those 2 departments. I think, again, I'm going to rely on Ty and Jonathan to tell me when they're going to want the funds. Again, what I see is, public safety is, 2 things, actually: call for services rendered. In other words, 911, or you need help, they're going to call. The other flip side of the public safety is protection, traffic safety, just doing the normal things that keep people safe out there without having to, have a major issue or 911 incident. So those 2 things I think are important. People want to understand that they're safe. I think that's really, really important. I think that's one of our priorities here, of course. But with regard to the funding, again, this is why I'm looking to understand what they're going to need and when they're going to need it. And if we can divert funds to improve streets, especially on the west side, and maybe even talk about reserves, okay? The quicker we can get our roads and infrastructure in place, that's the most visible that the public will see, and they'll feel better about the city in general. And then, of course, having our public safety staff available for calls of service whenever it's needed and in a timely manner, which is really the bottom line. How fast can we get them there? That equates to people and, of course, the cost of keeping those people. So those are, I think, my priorities, public safety at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you. And I see 1, 2, and 4 as all part of J20 to a great extent. And 1 and 2, I think we know we're already working on those as fast as we possibly can. The public safety staffing is a little bit tricky because we did get a grant money and we did get 3 positions for fire. That with the grant running out, we have to pick up that cost. So that's going to eat up part of that money right there. And we've got to keep that in mind as we move forward in this. Now, the completing the 911 system upgrade, that's great if it's our 911 locally. I know there's a move on to try to get us to integrate our 911 with the whole county. I don't think that's a good idea for the North County or for our area because we are a full service city and we have a lot of things that go through 911 that we need to keep our finger on directly right here where we know where each of the resources are, where the places are, how to send them out, etc. But I continue the local upgrade, definitely. I don't have any others beyond those. I think we have to continue to look for every grant opportunity we possibly can because grants are still the backbone of a lot of the funding. So let's just keep moving ahead in that direction. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. For public safety, we know it takes money, and but I would like to, for thinking down the line, I would like to see if we could have some kind of partnership. I know that I've heard, I think it was Mr. Chief Lewis that said something about in San Luis Obispo, they had a partnership with some kind of ranger outfit that is cost less, I think, to have them in our city. I would like to see if our tourism is going to grow the way we anticipate it to grow and would love for it to grow. I still think that as far as public safety, we need to have some kind of a vision, or there's visibility of some kind of police officer or a ranger in the downtown area. We have a lot of people coming in from out of town, and I would like to have some visibility of maybe officers walking or on bicycle. But I know that that takes money, but if maybe we can look into some kind of partnership with other resources that other cities do is what I would like to suggest for public safety. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, just for clarification, maybe Tom Frucci could chime in on this, or Ty. I believe we're already working on the 911 system. Isn't that true?
That's right.
So that's in process.
Correct.
So we're going on our own, just so Fred understands that. Priority wise, I think that the public safety station out on Union Road is of high priority. So I agree with this. I want to also echo Councilman Hammond's comments that we really have to rely on Ty and Jonathan to lead us through this process. It is very important to me to have the ISO ratings drop down or come up so we can get them to where we need to be. So everything we could do to expedite that, I don't know if we can put that in the goal setting, but just to improve the fire safety response time to the maximum that we can in the few number of years that we can. So that's what I would focus.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, could I add one more thing, if I may?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, and that is the gang task force. And maybe I have to ask Ty, where is that on our priority? Because that came up in the discussion with the public too about the gangs. And I think that was in the public comment period. But we used to be a member of the gang task force. And when we had the boys' school here, it was a whole lot easier because we had more resources available. But when might we be able to restart our involvement in gang task force? Ty, are you still with us?
I am. I'm here. So I think that one of the biggest things that we probably need to come together collectively on is the allocations of J20. It's hard to commit to any particular program or initiative without knowing what my staffing levels are going to be. So as council is aware, in 2018, I completed a staffing analysis of the police department that identified current needs, let alone what we may need through as we develop and build out the city. So part of that discussion moving forward is, how much can we sustain through J20 revenue? We have a lot of competing interests between not only public safety, but roads. And I think understanding what any incremental increases in staffing between the two departments would mean over the lifetime of J20, considering it is a limited time tax. So having a complete picture of that and understanding council's goals for what we can sustain staffing wise will be a key consideration for me to be able to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And for my thoughts, this is also public safety, fire and police, big J20 hot button, as with road quality. I don't want our public having any second thoughts about whether or not these J20 funds are being used for these purposes. The one thing I might add, which is kind of a tangential comment, is, and Ty may want to weigh on this also, is that over the years, the responsibilities of officers in the street have been expanded because of mental health challenges and such, and takes up a lot of time and a lot of staffing that could be dedicated to pure law enforcement. And so I think this underscores the need for us to have a good relationship in county public health and other health systems to make sure that those organizations are taking up that part of the load and we can take it off the shoulders of our law enforcement people. Okay, are we ready to move on?
Yeah, I have one clarifying question, and I heard this in a couple of the council member comments, and whether or not we want to include among the list of priorities to say improve response times as a goal. Obviously, there's a lot that comes with that, but that being the outcome, is that something? I
would be shocked if anybody said no. I say yes. Fred?
Of course, it's in our goals now. I don't want to take that out.
Maria?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Absolutely. Yes, please.
And John?
Yeah, it always is the case. It's not if we're coming, it's when we're coming. And that equates to cost, basically. So, yeah, absolutely keep it in there.
Very good. Nancy, you're a mind reader.
No, I'm just a listener, that's all. In terms of the words, I think that's important because the method to get there through staffing and other choices, but the outcome and the priority is to bring down the response times on both sides of the house. Okay, perfect. I'm going to move us along then, or I'm going to try to anyway. All right, housing and homelessness. So here we have, emphasis on continuing to increase diverse housing. It's really building on the work that has already begun, as we talked about earlier in the day, ensuring affordable housing options. And so low income all the way through the spectrum. Maintaining vibrant neighborhoods was another dimension of housing that I heard about. So keeping it live and active and thriving. And then the last one really speaks to the homelessness side. There may be other ideas you have to add, and that's building on the partnership with ECHO for shelter services and resources for the homeless population in the city.
Very good. Fred, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you. Well, housing, I think is one of my committees at the state level with the league. And also it is on the multiple regional area. I'm on that committee representing our region for lower income housing. Here, one of the biggest things is to not have more homelessness. And one way we have to do more, alleviate that possibility, is the rent relief package, which we have gotten an extension on. But there's got to be a companion piece to that we have to work with the federal government on even more than anybody else. And that is mortgage relief, because your landlords can't very well give rent relief and forgiveness unless they get an extension on their mortgages, and possibly even some assistance if that's the part of their income to supplement them without having to go back. What I'm afraid of is with all this rent relief, it's not really forgiving the rent, it's deferring it. And meanwhile, it's accumulating. And when that big bill comes in at the end of 6 months or a year, or however long this goes on, those people are going to be in deep trouble. and they won't be able to sustain. They won't be able to pay the bill. They won't be able to sustain themselves in their homes. So that has to be addressed somehow through our efforts in our lobbying and whatever we have to do at the appropriate levels to get the banking industry on board and get the federal government and the state government on board to help in that regard.
So
Other than that, we're doing real well on everything else already. Thank you.
And I apologize, I interrupted. So you're saying advocating for relief funding, so being present and at the table when resources are being discussed and allocated.
Absolutely. We have to make sure that we get our share too.
Right. Okay.
Maria.
Yes, sir. Thank you. For housing, I know that we're doing a great job as far as, having more being built, but I would like to see more about the ADU, the density. I mean, I know we don't want to get too involved in that. Our community does not want it to be a high density, but I know that a lot of our community is still not being able to afford the apartments here. So I would like to have some kind of resource with like people self-help, the housing authority. What else can we do? What else is out there to help in that concern for the lower income? I know that people self-help, does a lot of work in the area, but I would like to see more maybe information or resources with the county. So that's what I would like to see as future goes on, sir. And maybe for the homelessness, I know that Miss Julie has been working to try to help in that aspect, but I would like to see maybe that position, something that we have in our staff, somebody to always kind of keep a pulse on the homelessness, and maybe make it a staff position. That's what I would like to see. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I think our goal ought to be build more houses, period. I think we're doing a really good job on the RENA numbers. We have David Cook and company are starting on that senior housing program for affordable housing. Oak Park's done. Continue to promote affordable housing, workforce housing. And I think the item that Fred brought up on the funding ought to go in the COVID area rather than this housing area. So it's more of a recovery item than a housing item. And the other item I'd like to mention is on homelessness. I think that I'm not really in favor of having a staff person on homelessness, but I'd be in favor of more communication with ECHO and more embracement of ECHO so that the city continues to partner with ECHO in every way possible through communication and information coming back to the council. Almost a weekly or monthly meeting or presentation at the council would be nice to have. And that interface, even if Maria and others would want to be on an ad hoc for homelessness, that's something I think we might want to consider doing. Because if we don't keep our pulse on it, we're going to have problems. And I think it's important to keep it in the forefront. And I think ECHO, with our support, can grow faster than anything that we could even humanly possibly believe that we could do ourselves. So I think every little bit of effort should go behind ECHO. That's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think what we need to reiterate a little bit about the Motel 6 project is that, in allowing that to occur, our city did not have to build and support and maintain a facility for the homeless. So using ECHO, People Self-Help, and HASLO to partner with has created a unique opportunity in Paso Robles to try to get those homeless, in some sort of a suitable accommodations. I'm very happy that we approved the 2,000 plus homes on the east side. That moving forward with getting people to get in line to build that out. It's important that we continue that effort with their developers. And I'm also very happy again that we had the Building Constraints Committee. That was the voice from the industry, the pulse of basically what it takes to build things in our area. And having that committee available, getting back to council with information and suggestions on how we can improve is very, very important. I think we need to continue that. That will certainly help the housing effort and keep things moving forward. And I agree with Councilman Gregory. We need to build, keeping our home inventory high, and we'll keep our rents low, which is really, really critical for the lower income groups. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The only thing that I would add is it's nothing for this list, but it's a reminder for all of us and for anyone listening in, and that is we've struggled for years now with this idea of affordable housing versus low income housing. And as we've said time and time again, the city doesn't build housing. We provide the opportunity for housing to be built. And the most significant addition to low income housing we've seen in the community over the last 6 years, 6 to 8 years, has been when the council has decided to help subsidize that housing by deferring fees, et cetera, to make the financing packages for constructing those complexes possible. Oak Park, similar to the project that we approved just the other night down at the Woodland Plaza Center. So when we talk about direct involvement in making housing affordable at below market rates, that's almost the kind of role we have to take. It's just a reminder. That's my only comment. What else do we have?
All right.
Well, I have one more on that.
Oh, okay.
Since you brought it up, Mr. Mayor, and that is the rental housing. When I used to be a consultant to the California Association of Realtors and to various real estate boards, one thing I learned is that in order to have a balance in your rental market, you need about a 3% vacancy rate. We have to build enough housing to have about a 3% vacancy rate in rental housing. If you want to really reduce rents, you have to get that up to 5%, which you don't like to see that many vacant places, but that's when landlords start to bring their rents down so they can fill their houses. And that's what will bring it down, especially for the moderate and lower income people. Just my comment.
Very good. Thank you. Nancy.
All righty. 2 more categories to go through. So this one is quality of life amenities and programs. So here we have expanding recreational opportunities for residents and visitors, and that it includes private sector providers of recreational opportunities, encouraging that, as well as the city programs, library and recreation. Completing the library master plan, that's a master planning project for the library. Supporting a thriving downtown, continuing is probably the operative word there, thriving downtown. Celebrating local heritage and diversity. We already have discussed the abundance of discussion around diversity this morning in the breakout rooms, so that's part of this here. And then the last one here is to implement the bike pedestrian plan and pathways plan. And again, that would also be money funding appropriate, but making incremental progress toward that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Quality of life, to me right here is where I would like to maybe put something with the healthcare and try to communicate with the nonprofit sectors that do help with healthcare. For example, the Noor Clinic. Quality of life, I think we have a lot of ag workers, farm workers here that are not getting healthcare because they can't afford it. And even though we have CHC clinics here, CHC clinics are still $200-300 out the door just to get seen. So if we could, I would like to see a partnership with a nonprofit like Noor Clinic to come and actually be here in the North County to be able to give that quality of life. So I would like to see maybe healthcare in this category here. That's all I have. I know we're doing great in the other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
I would agree with Councilwoman Garcia. I think that the medical, both on the affordable medical care, and all medical care needs to be focused on for quality of life. We have an extreme shortage of medical providers, and you can have Mark Lisa on that group too. Maybe anything we could do to get more medical providers for our community to be good. I would like to add to the expand recreational opportunities to support local recreational private enterprise in every way we can to keep going. Golf courses, whether it's the lighting program that out by Hunter or the Ravine Water Park. I think that we really need to focus on continuing to provide all walks of recreation for our community and our visitors. The Ravine Water Park did not open last year, which is a huge hit for us. I think that as a city, we need to focus on all recreational activities. And I'd support complete the library master plan and continuing to support a thriving downtown. Our small businesses are our backbone, and we've got to do everything we can to continue to support them. And I'm good with the bike plan as well, bike and pedestrian plan. I think that's really good to keep our folks walking and biking. It's very healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I probably focus on activities for seniors. Recreational, I think, is really important. The downtown business available to them, library options for them. Continue to work toward the Sherwood Master Plan, the Sherwood Park, in particular the pickleballs, which we promised to do and we haven't been able to move forward. That's the middle-aged group, the retired, early retired people that really would like to see those kind of activities come back to town, or at least have an expansion of what we already have. And basically celebrating the history and diversity of Paso Robles in all things recreational, I think is really, really important. That will also bring a lot of the tourism, if we have opportunity for them as well to engage in when they do come. That's another amenity to Paso. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you. And on that first one, I'd change one word. Instead of expand, I'd say restore. We restore the recreational opportunities we already had and complete the plans we already have in place about all the things everybody else talked about will happen. Complete the library master plan, that's a no-brainer, of course. Support a thriving downtown, we're already doing that. One thing about that thriving downtown, I wish we could somehow adjust that parking program and make it a little more realistic so it's a little more acceptable to more of our local residents. They're feeling very much that it's devised only for the tourists, and that isn't local friendly. So I think we have to revisit that. The local heritage and diversity, we're doing that, especially through our library. I like that. And the bike and pedestrian plan and pathways plan, those we should be working much more closely with SLOCOG on, because they fund them, they provide funding, they build them, they do all kinds of things in that regard, as long as we've got an approved plan that they have. And also, bike and pedestrian plans can be used as a safety amenity for traffic. If you can separate your pedestrian and bike paths from your traffic ways, that is something where you might have some grant possibilities. And I think those are the things that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the perks of speaking last is your colleagues make all of your points for you. I have nothing to add to that.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one thing. I'm sorry. I know that there's going to be some changes with the Georgia Brown School, and that could be something that's going to affect the quality of life for that whole community by Oak Park. And so I would like to talk to the school district, or partnership with them, what it is that they're actually thinking about doing with that location, because that could have a big good or bad situation for that whole the whole community there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on.
All right, our last focus area listed here then, oopsie, jumped right past it. Governance and community partnerships. And so here we have, we had in the survey The last of those items talked about the trust in government. So I included that because of that, the survey response. It means a lot of things, a lot of ways to do that. The next I have developing the next generation of community leaders. We could put in a caveat on that, diverse in terms of age, ethnicity, gender, all of these different dimensions, as we heard about earlier. Proactively engaging all segments of the community. And then the last two are continuations, but the premise is very important. One is ensuring that the city continues to grow in a high quality and transparent manner for the entire community's long-term interests. And then the last one, which I've heard a number of people reference, I think it's a mantra, ensure the city lives within its means over the long term.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I'd like to reemphasize that last one. Ensure the city lives within its means over the long term. That's very important. And with funding to provide for the community, we don't have a community. I think most of these are fine. I think it's really good to continue the transparency, proactively engage all segments of the community. I think this is well written, well stated. So I don't really have much to add other than include everybody in our decision process and be as transparent as we can and keep our budget balanced and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I said this earlier, that as far as a city being an economic driver, the city can't be the solution for all things. But in having said that, we need to basically, I think, engage partnerships. And then we have so many great groups in our area, starting with ECHO and the churches, the Chamber, Main Street, Wine Country. All of them have so much to offer to partner with the city to essentially make our area a better place to live. I saw that earlier. I think we had like a 50% roughly approval rate, like I guess a C grade. I don't know if we, as far as trust, government, I don't know if any government can be much more than that. There's always going to be people, either side of that line that plus or minus that think we do great, and others people we don't do so well. So it's, we can only do so much with what we have. And I echo again, I've used that so many times in the last 14 years, live within our means. If we had a lot of money, we could do a lot of things and people would be very happy. But again, coming back to the fact that the city is not the solution for all things, it's important that we have our job to do, and that's produce, a safe place to live, police, fire, sewer and water. Those are the main things. And then everything else on top of that is frosting on the cake, the library and our recreational efforts, all that. Our streets are important. But again, to ensure, we have progress moving forward, we need, partnerships. And I think that's really, really important that we extend where we can, and not to be a gift of public funds, but on the other hand, there's a public benefit, with investing in partnerships. And I think that's important that we all learn that. Also, I think what's important is that this is the message to my colleagues, that we do no harm to economic recovery. This is really important to, as we come out of this, we need to engage wherever we can, and we don't want to put any more weight on anything that we have to, but, engaging with these folks that are going to pull the city and their organizations up from where we are now currently is important. And also, I think lastly, maybe it's imperative that, to my colleagues, that we engage Roblins that, are not connected here today. There's many that have a voice that we hear from all the time. And clearly, I think that's what we do, is we represent, our constituents, but we need to bring their voice forward and understand where they're coming from, and then bring it into the discussion, with things that we're going to be having to make plans and decisions about. Not everybody's able to make these kind of meetings, and we do hear from a segment, but it's not the whole segment of town. So I think that's enough right now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Well, the first two I'm going to join together: strengthen trust in government and develop the next generation of community leaders. Pardon me. We used to have a very vibrant and active liaison with the school district. I haven't heard any reports on any school district liaison meetings recently. I think that has to be really activated, because I remember, Mr. Mayor, you and I used to both go and lecture at the high school on local civics, because when they teach civics, they don't teach local government at all. So many of the younger people have no idea that local government is a bit different than state or federal government. It's not the same kind of thing, and it lives under different rules even. And I think that's very important for them to understand what the city is if we're going to develop any community leaders for the next generation. It's important they know what they're getting into and develop an idea on how to best participate and be good local community leaders. That's about it on that one. But I don't know what we've done with that. I used to be on that task force with the liaison to the school district, and it was very productive back then. I hope that we're doing that now, or that we will at least reinstitute it, because I think it's important. And then ensuring that the city lives within its means over the long term. Well, there's two things that we could do that we're not doing. We are losing a tremendous amount of money because of our policies on cannabis and the sale of legal cannabis. And I hope that we will revisit that so we can start getting some of that tax money. I don't think we can impose our own personal wishes or our own personal morals on the public that has already voted to legalize something. It's up to them to then behave according to their own conscience and their own best interests, hopefully reasonably. But I don't think we should be their guardians in that regard. Also, I hope that we can continue our efforts with the county Board of Supervisors to give us a better share of the property tax like other cities throughout the state get. We can't survive on 17% when everybody else in the state is getting 24 or more. It's ridiculous, the share of the property tax that we get here in this city. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you've already making an effort in that regard with the other mayors from the other cities. I hope there's a way we can step that up a little bit and put out a little more pressure on that, because I think that would be a tremendous help to us financially and help us to continue to live within our means. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I echo what my colleagues have said. I agree with all the bullet points on this page, and I don't have anything else to add, sir. Looks
Thank
good.
you. And I will echo Councilman Strong's comments regarding the liaison committee during the pandemic and the change of personnel at the school district rather, that probably has lapsed compared to what it was in the past. So that needs to be revitalized and brought to the front. And I would go one step further on the civics issue. I think half of government transparency is understanding government. And I think that we do our local youth an injustice when we let them go through our education system without at least a cursory course on how city government works. So I would like to have our city work with the school district to develop that curriculum so that everyone who leaves our high school knows the basics of how their city government works. So those are my comments.
Excellent. Okay, great. So one thing, thank you for all those comments. One note in terms of kind of the areas to prioritize, and we've heard it through a thread of all of these focus areas, was around partnership. And I'm thinking that almost needs to be listed as a strategy to engage partnerships for success. And that can be any number of directions, but that seems to be a very strong theme that I'm hearing through this conversation. So that's great. I will also make one last note on this one, and that is the conversation around the trust in government, and the bar, which I think it's absolutely accurate. You're never going to please everybody, and when you look at a general survey question like that, 55%, which is where it came in, is probably not unusual compared to others. That being said, in the National Citizen Survey, which you participated in 2017, it breaks down a lot more categories of government. So that might be something to think about if there is interest in revisiting that survey to learn more about community perspectives around that. Great comments. I love the comments about civics education. You're singing my song with that one. I love it. All right. So we're almost home stretch. home stretch here. So what I would like to do next is first ask the question, is anything missing that we have covered? So that's the real big question. We've covered a lot of areas. We're taking lots of good notes. You can see the beautiful set of notes and comments that Leslie's been dutifully capturing there, which will inform the final actions. Anything missing?
Let's go around, starting with Councilman Strong.
That list looks great. I think you've captured it very well. I hope that you've got enough down that we can flesh it out a little bit with what it means a little bit in each one of those categories.
Yeah.
But I think we've expressed ourselves and also reflected what the public's had to say reasonably well during this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, I agree with all the bullet points. Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
And Nancy, I just had a question. So in the governance and community partnership,
yeah,
is that where the cannabis is fitting in?
There were comments related to that. We didn't talk about that extensively in terms of diversified revenue sources. Is that what you're talking in terms of revenue or do you mean something else with that?
Well, we already have a goal as a council to go ahead and come out to the public and go over the cannabis ideas for this year and what we're going to do. And I think it needs to be somewhere in the discussion, somewhere in one of these. I don't know whether it be in, I don't know where to put it in these different ones.
Okay, well, we can work on that afterwards. Make sure that, whether it's through outreach education or depending on the status, that it is reflected.
It is a tax generator, so maybe the governance, it's in that area.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think we covered a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
I'm in full agreement with the focus points. I think, again, what priority I think is where we're going to need to go next, but certainly those are good. Thank you.
And I concur. So I think we're all strong on that.
Okay. So my last question to you all then, if we can, in terms of a wrap up, is if you can take 2 minutes and jot down in front of you for purposes of just kind of where people are. It's a good opportunity to share top priorities. So I would like to ask each of you to write down your top 3 priorities. This is just helpful for staff to hear, what's on your mind for the next 12 to 18 months. What do you want to see accomplished? So I'll give you a minute to write those down, and then Mayor, I'll ask you to do a round robin on that, and then we will wrap up.
Okay.
Top 3.
We're ready to go?
Maybe ask for a volunteer when they have it ready.
Okay. First one out of the chute wins. John.
Mr. Mayor,
I'll go ahead.
I'm already on.
John?
Yeah, okay. I would start off, I think at this point in time, infrastructure, public safety, and economic recovery / expansion. Those 3, I think, are really important. Again, I teeter between public safety and infrastructure, again, based on our chief's recommendations. But until they, have people in the seats that they need to be paid for, then I would defer to infrastructure improvements. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Gregory, will you next?
Yeah, I would agree with John. The only thing I'd add to his list would be to do everything we can to get our specific plans going for more housings to start right away.
Thank you. Fred, are you ready? We'll come back to Fred. Maria, are you ready?
Yes. No, I'm ready now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I couldn't get my mic on. And I'm actually, my 3 are fill-ins to what they've already said. My fill-ins are number 1, funding.
Okay.
Number 2, staffing to need. Number 3, improve communication education of the public. Communication with and education of the public.
Okay, Maria.
Yes, sir. For me, the number one would be the economic recovery. And then number two would be the quality of life. I think a lot of people have been hit hard with mentally losing their jobs, things like that. I know that they kind of both fit together, but to me, the recovery for businesses, quality of life for the community, and number three would be housing. We need to find more housing. That's my top three.
Thank you. And I could make, I could defend a selection of any three of these, but I'm going to go with, first of all, our economic recovery is the number one priority, followed by public safety, followed by governance and community partnership.
All right. Thank you very much. That is all that I have.
Next steps, Nancy.
So the next steps are I will meet with Leslie. We're going to compare notes so that we make sure everything is well represented and captured and thorough on the final visuals that will be available and coming back to the city. We will also prepare a summary short report that encapsulates the outcomes of today. I will review that with your city manager, who will then bring that forward to you. And of course, when you get to the point of contemplating your city budget and the plans for the coming year, this will all come to life and decisions about what can be accomplished.
Well, I think we've done a tremendous amount of work today. The communication has been excellent. Thank you and your staff, and our staff has done a great job. The council has been very good about engaging and keeping us on track. So I really appreciate that on behalf of the community. Let's go around for closing comments, and then we'll do our closing announcements here. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to thank Nancy and Ashley for putting this on. It was a lot of work. It's an amazing time to be able to stay safe in a pandemic and still get connected around the world, basically, and across the country here and where I'm at, albeit not the same as a real meeting and warm personal interaction, but still be able to accomplish important work. And then listening of our Roblins and also running our city at the same time. I think we need to miss and talk about an item here, and that's the thanks to our city staff. Our city manager, Tom Frucci especially, is leaving. He's done a lot of good work. And then it goes down to the department directors, and then, of course, the staff that actually turn the wrench. It's important that the council give direction based on what we're hearing from the public, and then we give it to those folks to make the city run. And again, it's a great opportunity to say thank you to those folks in the last few years since we've met like this at a time where a lot has changed and lots is going to be coming forward. But again, just a big thank you to staff. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And of course, I thank you, Nancy, and your group as well, Leslie, et cetera. We needed you. It's very good that you're here and that you helped facilitate this, and you're so good at it. We do appreciate that. And I appreciate the staff for paying attention through the entire thing and being available as a resource to us as we needed them. So thank you to staff and the public for their ideas, because all of this helps us do our job better. And this was a very good exercise. I think this was one of our best goal-setting sessions we've ever had. And thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I also want to echo and thank you, Nancy and her team. I am a visual learner, and having this in front of me means a lot to me. I know that I am the new kid on the block, as you could say, but I have learned so much already in the 2 years that I've been here for the community. And I just feel that these types of workshops really do help. They really help kind of give the vision for what we stand for. And we're the leaders, and we have to set a good example. And for us to be able to talk about these important steps, I think shows already to our community where our heart and our dedication is. And to me, that's important. I'm a team player, and I really feel that our staff and city staff and our our mayor and council, the way we work together to get this vision and these goals set forward shows a really good leadership for our community. And that's what I'm really proud of for our team. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for hanging in there with me. I'm still learning a lot, but I really do appreciate everybody helping me, and I've learned so much, and I'm here to teach everyone else the little bit that I do know, but I really want to learn more, and I appreciate everybody. But I know that this helps me kind of share what city government is to our community underneath, for the next steps and the next generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Nancy, I'd like to thank you. I think you're a great resource to help us put this together. I want to say my first big thank you to the community as a whole. This last year has put a real test on our ability to be together and come through a lot of different things from all of our staff, our fire department, police department, everybody on staff who helped us get us through the COVID, all of our staff members getting through everything we did. And their participation in this is critical as well. And all the community members, I'm going to steal a word out of Maria's own book. This is about unity. This is about coming together for ideas and the possibilities of forming and helping our future become what we want it to be. This is our town. I live here. I love this town. I like everybody here. I want everybody to be together and be happy here. We have a long way to go. We have a lot coming at us. But I think as a community, we've done really well in this last year of one of the most impossible years I've ever lived through myself. And I think it's really great the way our community came through it. And this is what the goal setting is about, as we rely on these ideas and ideals, and we're in this together. We're in a community, we're friends, we're family, and we need to keep moving forward in the positive directions. And I'm going to take another word out of Maria's book. Come forward with positive ideas and comments. Help us guide our city into the future and make it better. And that's what we had today. It was really nicely done. A lot of great comments. And I just want to say thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can't emphasize enough. And I know that with the COVID and everything that's happened this last year, people in the city, as with local business people, as with private citizens, I think there have been times that sort of sat back and felt kind of shell-shocked with all the changes that have been thrown at us. But the council doesn't take the opportunity often enough to thank the people for being involved and for communicating with us via email day in and day out. Sometimes with good ideas, sometimes a little irritated, and that's okay. That's the way the system works. But also, we don't take enough time to thank our staff. I don't think everybody in the city realizes what a level of professionalism and dedication and knowledge we have in this group of people. And so we deeply appreciate that. And Nancy, to you, I have to say, I have been on many, many Zoom meetings over the last year. You are a rock star. I mean, you're sharing that screen, you're putting people in the talk rooms, you're taking live surveys. I'm impressed. So thank you for all the help you've given us in this process.
It's my pleasure, but I got a whole team here. I got Ashley with me and Leslie with me, and I've had the support of all of the staff that you are just praising, rightfully so. So it's my honor. I love your community, and I'm so blessed to be able to work with you on this. So thank you.
Kudos to you and your staff. Coming up next, we have a planning commission meeting on Tuesday, February 23rd at 6:30 p.m. And our city council regular meeting will be Tuesday, March the 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And Mr. City Manager, do we have any other business for the council?
No, sir.
That being the case, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Mr. Mayor, I so move.
I've got a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your very hard work.
Thank you.